So, what the purpose and scope of our work? We have mainly work on three blocks. It's affiliate recognition and derecognition process, which was done from by our one of the subcommittee. We are working on affiliate conflict management. Exactly, my colleague Wojciech is from that subcommittee. We are trying to fix any issues and resolve the problems within the affiliate. We are working on affiliate capacity building. Some work already done. For example, we prepared the bylaw development video and our resources for our affiliates. But many things needs to be done, and in near future we'll present that too. And movement contribution, it's mainly that we are attending different conferences, regional, international, within our work, and presenting the AFCOM work and helping the community to better understand our input. Starting with our subcommittee work, in recognition committee, the process is that when you are submitting the user group, our staff members starting the criteria review process, and if you are in line with all criterias, we're starting searching the thematic or geographically purpose of your affiliate, and if you are like crossing the lines in different affiliates, we are asking them to provide some feedback about you. And then if everything is good, the committee is starting to review that application, and at the end we are voting to recognize or not of your affiliates. But mainly we are recognize all affiliates. In chapters and thematic organization recognition process, it's more formal, and it's some kind of different than user groups because, well, when you are becoming the chapter or thematic organization, it needs to be registered in your country and have a non-profit status within the country. There we are asking for you to provide bylaws of your organization for us. And after that, we are starting to checking up your bylaws, and if it's in line with the Wikimedia values and in line with your country's policy, we are asking to provide for us criteria review process criterias, and we are reviewing your within in line with criterias. Criteria reviewed by the staff and also by the AFCOM members. And at the end, we are preparing resolution for the Board of Trustees of the Wikimedia Foundation. There is just to know that AFCOM is not recognizing the chapters or thematic organization. It's Board of Trustees of Wikimedia Foundation recognizing that. About conflicts, it's my colleague will present.
Yeah, unfortunately, I'm the only conflict resolution team subcommittee member here. We have two people more. They are both, well, attending remotely, I hope, Benoit and Jeffrey. Also, we have the rest of the recognitions committee here. That's Joy, that's Bashak, and Suyash. Yeah, but conflicts resolution. Sometimes when things don't go well in an affiliate or between affiliates, you turn to us. And that's where we are made aware that something is going wrong. Please note, AFCOM does not proactively investigate conflicts. Conflicts need to be submitted. Conflict situations need to be submitted to AFCOM with an ask, with a request to act on it. We have an internal review of the incoming materials. We've had some help from the outside, like with building a case pack or ways to proceed. We're still learning this. We are all volunteers and we're not professionals in conflict resolution always. This is also where a case lead is assigned to a conflict, someone who will be working with this particular case from the beginning to the end. We do our investigations. We do our investigations ourselves, or we ask other teams at the foundation to assist us. We might work with trust and safety. We might work with legal. We might work with grants. This is where it all gets interconnected. How do we do investigations? Well, it does depend on the case. We might just do email correspondence. We might do interviews, meetings online, meetings in person. We try to reach a conclusion. At the end of the process, we present our findings to the whole committee during our monthly meeting, and the whole committee also gets a chance to comment on what we have found in our investigations, what next steps we propose, if any. And at the end, we make an agreement. We communicate our decision, AFCOM's decision, to whoever reported a conflict case, and we like to follow up on stuff. I'm happy to say that things that I did in the past for AFCOM, I followed up on them. They were resolved. The conflict doesn't return, which is good, and I want it to stay this way. Well, basically, I don't want to deal with any conflicts for start, but hope there aren't any. So this is the main workflow of the conflict intervention subcommittee, and I'll hand it back to Mehman. No, to Dumisani. I'll hand it over to Dumisani, who's one of our two staff support people. The other is Manav, sitting over there. I'll hand it over to Dumisani to tell you about compliance monitoring.
Thanks, Wojciech. I'll run through this one quickly. So you've heard about the recognition, you've heard about the conflicts, but what happens in between with AFCOM once you have been recognized as a group? Well, there's compliance monitoring, which is where you most likely have received an email from me if you're an affiliate contact person saying, hey, your report is due in the next 30 days, or you have gone past your reporting due date. So how does that work? For user groups, which is the first side, you are going to get 4 notices from me in terms of the compliance for your report submission. At the end of the 4 notices, if you still haven't submitted your report, which means around 6 months after the date that your report was due for your affiliate, it gets into what we call an automatic derecognition. So your affiliate status lapses, and for you to get it back, you need to submit a new application. For chapters and thematic organizations, which is longer reports, financial audits, and so on, we give them up to 9 months to comply from the date that their recognition was done. And again, for them as well, once they haven't submitted that report after 9 months, they get into what we call a derecognition process, which is more conversations about what's going on into the chapter and is it remediable. If it is not remediable, you end up with that chapter losing its status as well. So that takes a little bit longer. 2 updates on this. AFCOM has realized after the pandemic that happened and with the ongoing war between Russia and Ukraine, that there are circumstances where affiliates will not be able to provide a report due to circumstances outside of their control. So we've introduced an additional status in the compliance, which we call a deferred status. Now, that deferred status means you need to send us an email and say, hey, there's things happening in my country that's preventing me from being able to run activities or write a report. I do not want to lose the affiliation status, so I need an additional year to comply. And once that has been submitted, AFCOM reviews it, and you'll get that deferred status. It does not mean that it's a pass, it's a free pass. At the end of the extension time you'll have given, you still need to tell us what you did during that time of the deferment status. The last update on the compliance is AFCOM has been asked many times, what's a model activities report looking like? And so they've been working on a standardized reporting format which will then be shared with affiliates going forward. So you can understand how better to report the impacts of the work that your organization is doing. And that's me.
Yeah, I just want to add here that to submit, like to prepare a report, it's not so complicated. We recognize that different like user groups and affiliates have different possibilities to have any activities. So just even if you are meeting online or doing some editathon online, it's also activity. So you can put that activities to your report and submit for us. And this is our internal workload management process. As an AFCOM, like committee, we have monthly meetings where participate all AFCOM members and plus staff and plus the board liaisons, and even the guests if there is need. Plus, we have officers meeting. This meeting between AFCOM chair, vice chair, treasurer, and secretary. Plus, our advisors and board of trustees liaisons also taking part on this. We have two subcommittee meetings for recognition one and for the another one for conflict subcommittee, where we in detail way discussing the all issues what exist or all activities what we need to done. We have office hours because, well, for time zone or time management, some of the AFCOM members can attend maybe the monthly or subcommittee meetings. So for that, we are giving the possibilities to them ask their questions or their needs to staff. And we have special meetings if there is a request from affiliates or, I don't know, anyone can submit their request for us. On-demand meetings, yeah. Yeah, basically that's all from AFCOM. If you have any questions or if you want to meet us, you can send the email to afcom@wikimedia.org. You can see all information on MetaWiki on our page, and you can follow us on social media, like Facebook, the most active one. That's all. Thank you. Yeah, questions. That's the most important thing.
Questions are going to be taken by our colleagues.
Yeah.
Joy Bashak and
I think, did my podcast? I think I want to ask, maybe it's a bit much, two questions for different division. First, for the recognition, is there any specific criteria that user group can be formed, and why if it was rejected? Because there's an affiliate chapter in the regions. Is there any specific criteria? Because there's some case that was accepted and there's some case it was rejected. Because till now I didn't know any specific criteria was rejected or was accepted, because sometimes Upcom just say that, oh, because our discussion it is coincide what another chapters regions, so we doesn't accept it that. And the second question is is there any specific timeline to address a conflict that's happened in the affiliate? Because sometimes when we submit a problem, the problem has become bigger over time, and there's no resolution of this after Upcom come to us. Thank you. Sorry about the question.
Thank you. Do you want to introduce or? Okay. Okay, about recognition. Well, for recognition, we have clear criteria, which is listed on the MetaWiki. For user groups, for chapters, for thematic organization, you need to follow these criteria and submit your application. And there is specified dates, like specified timeline, because, well, recognition is like different than conflict, because in conflict side there is no timeline, because, well, this is conflict. But for recognition, we have timeline. It's around 1 or 2 months to become recognized by affiliation code, if of course there is no any specific issues with your geographical scope or thematic scope. Yeah, there is timeline. And regarding the crossing lines between the affiliates, we are trying to solve this issue with all affiliates If, for example, there is some situation, then we can meet between the affiliates and set up bridge between you, so you can solve with that affiliates your issues. And if your application was denied, that's no problem. After 6 months, you can reapply with more better situation.
If I can add a clarification to that, when we have a new application for an affiliate, we always look at what's happening in your geographic region or your thematic region. Are there any organizations that are already operating there? And we always ask them, is it okay for you to have a new affiliate operating in your area? If they say yes, of course, the affiliate status is granted. If they say no, we try to search for ways to work with existing affiliates so as to prevent conflicts in the future. Because if at the start existing affiliates don't agree to a new affiliate being created, well, that's going to result in some nasty situations in the future.
Yeah. There is only 1 minute. Anyone? Oh. First, it's Adam.
Okay, very short but not easy question. As AFCOM members, what is your take on the MCDC propositions and the transformation into a global council for recognizing affiliations?
Yeah, it's so widely question. So it's quickly, if I say, we are closely work with MCDC team, like we have online meetings with them, we discuss our work, we present our workflow for them, and we acknowledge that they are prepared some ideas for us on MCDC. We also work with a board of trustees to prepare the affiliate strategy, which will be realized in coming months, I guess. So yeah, we are taking active steps with the MCDC and with the board of trustees on strategies and on in the future. So that's a very quick question, like answer.
Quick question.
Well, most quick question, please.
Hello everyone. We are from Wikipedia. Oh, we are from Timor Leste, and we are representative for Wikipedia Tetun in between Australia and Indonesia.
Yeah, we know.
In the middle, East Timor. This is our first time in Wikimania. We would like to apply for the affiliation for the Wikipedia Timor Leste, but some of us are new in the Wikipedia. It's not a lot editing. If it's possible to we run the affiliation to be user group.
Yeah, sure. There is two way. If you want like to listen us, you can reach out for any of our members from here during the conference days, or you can reach out via email afcom@wikimedia.org, and we can like arrange a meeting, or we will provide more specific resources. But all resources, as I said, it's on MetaWiki. You just need to search affiliations committee. At the bottom there is template, and all resources by AFCOM is there. So that's why. That's all. Thank you. Thank you too.
Okay. Now I'm on volume. Well, hello. So we've had a presentation from the Affiliations Committee. The Affiliations Committee is just one of the many committees that we have within the Wikimedia movement. So my name is Dumisani Ndubani. I work for the Wikimedia Foundation. My title is Senior Community Governance Strategist. It's a long way of saying I support committees that work within the foundation. So, the best way to think about the governance within the movement is to look at what the movement consists of. In the big circle, we've got your Wikimedia interfaces, we've got the Wikimedia content, and all the projects that are in there. Outside of that, we've got contributors, we've got external free knowledge, we've got knowledge graphs, proprietary content, and all of this is part of our ecosystem. The question is, who ensures proper oversight and governance of all of this? Well, we need committees for this, right? But who will serve in those committees? How are they elected? And who are they accountable to? Here's another overview of the committees that we have within the Wikimedia system. And I divide these into committees that are formed by and report to the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees. And on the black is the arbitration committees. Now, these committees do not report to the Board of Trustees. So these are independent committees working on language projects. And every other committee that you see there is one way or the other linked or reports to the Board of Trustees. I again divide this into four buckets. That word bucket is overused, but let's use it. So the first one is on content. The second one is on projects. Then you have community, and then you have foundation. The work that the foundation does also requires some sort of oversight and collaboration with the movement. Then, and that's the existing structure. There's two committees that are coming in that haven't been formed yet, which is the Universal Code of Conduct Coordinating Committee, which is a long way. So we use the U4C committee. That is the one that's going to implement the Universal Code of Conduct. And then we've got the Movement Charter Committee, that's drafting committee, that's going to tell us how the Wikimedia Global Council is going to look, and that will most probably have committees or subcommittees of its own. So there's a lot of committees happening in the movement that all needs to be coordinated and supported. I, in particular, with my colleague Manav, support the Affiliations Committee directly, and we also indirectly support the other committees that are listed in there. So all of these committees will go into details into how they actually work and function and what they actually do. I don't know if my colleague is already online because the next slide was his. Is online. Okay, excellent. Hello, Joe.
Hello, everybody. Hi. Can you all hear me? I hope you can.
Yes, we can.
Right.
So
Perfect.
Tell us about the committees that you work with, Joe.
Cool. I feel like I'm announcing the votes at Eurovision. It's awesome. Hi, my name is Joe Sutherland. I'm the lead trust and safety specialist at the Wikimedia Foundation, based here in not so sunny San Francisco in California. As Dumisani was introducing, I work with some of the content committees as definer. Most notably, the arbitration committee is where I work directly with. I liaise with them in a series of monthly meetings. But I can go through what other committees do from the slides. So some of them are a lot broader in scope than others. So the Ombuds Commission, for example, so starting with that one, they investigate complaints about violations of the privacy policy, especially in the use of the check user and the suppression tools, and advise the foundation on how to handle concerns. So they'll receive reports They'll evaluate those reports along their lines. They'll discuss it as a committee, as a commission. And then they will present their recommendations to the trust and safety and legal teams at the foundation, and we will enact a course of action based on that. The case review committee is in charge of reviewing appeals of foundation actions or trust and safety office actions in particular. This is an independent committee that can hear appeals for actions that we have taken or actions that we did not take if somebody disagrees with the outcome that we came to. That helps us to not overstep our authority and not overstep the community's authority in what the actions that we take. So it allows that sort of layer of appeal there. The arbitration committees, so there's 11 of those. They're all varying stages of activity and varying stages of sort of maturity in terms of the policy and the communities that they support. But they're groups that serve as the last step of the dispute resolution process. The most sort of notable of those and the most sort of established and sort of bureaucratic, if you like, of those is the English Wikipedia. That's the one I support. I support the English Wikipedia Arbitration Committee. But we also have staff members involved in liaison work with the Russian, the Polish, and until it dissolved a few years ago, the French Wikipedia Arbitration Committee as well as the German Wikipedia Arbitration Committee. So there's a bunch of those. They all support Wikimedia projects, dispute resolution processes as the sort of absolute last stage that make binding decisions on conduct, on user conduct. So they'll make a binding decision in a topic area, for example, and that their sort of decision will be sort of binding on everybody on the project. And then finally, we have the language committee here. I'm not as familiar with language committee. This is the committee, though, that will hear requests for new language projects. They develop clear policy and documentation around those projects and the proposal. And they'll support and coordinate that with folks on things like the incubator wiki and just that through that whole process of getting a language from request through to on our productions. So yeah, very important committee, but not one that we see spoken about very often, but they do exist and they are there. So great. That's all I have from this slide. I'll pass it back to Dumisani for the next one, which I believe is about the affiliations committee. Yeah,
thanks, Joe. Thanks, Joe. Thanks for staying up. I think it's very late where you are. So, for my end, in terms of community and foundation, I will talk about the affiliations committee. AFCOM is here. This is entrusted with advising the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees and reviewing applications for approval for new movement affiliates, national, subnational, thematic organizations, user group, and who knows, even hubs. We don't know yet. We don't know yet. Within the foundation work, we've got the elections committee, which works with the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees to design and plan community-led elections, particularly the ones that end up electing people into the Wikimedia Board of Trustees. And then newest of our communities is the Regional Fund Committee. And I think you will have seen on the program that Jessica will be running a couple of those clinics on how this funding committee works and how you can join it. But this really is to enable communities in each region to have a central role in setting priorities and allocating funds for specific initiatives. So these are communities based in regions that help with funding for those regions. So those are the existing committees, but there's two new committees, as I've alluded to, that are coming through that would really need your help in participating in how they get formed and who will serve in those committees. The first one is the U4C, that's the Universal Code of Conduct Coordinating Committee. And we currently have the U4BC, which is the Universal Code of Conduct Coordinating Building Committee. that's going to tell us how this committee is going to work. And this will be a co-equal body with other high-level decision-making bodies like your UPCOMs, your AFCOM. So you will escalate to this body for any universal code of conduct-based infringements. The Global Council is the one that's planned or intended to serve as the global structure that will respond to the needs of our movement as a whole and represent communities in an equitable way. So how will this be formed? The MCDC is busy telling us, or at least is busy drafting how that's going to look like. So that's a lot of committees. There's a lot of involvement that we would like you to have. But what do you need to serve in any of these committees? I think you would need three things, or at least ask yourself three questions. The first one is, what skills would I bring to this committee? And that would be including things such as a strong reading and writing skills, because we are still a text-based community. So all the complaints that AFCOM gets, all the applications that they get, all the work that the arbitration committees get is text-based. So you really need to love reading text to be part of these committees. You need to have a good ability to read and write in at least multiple languages other than English, so you can help the communities and the committees to be able to deal with different applications or different concerns that communities bring up to them. And finally, I think one of the important things is at least some good grasp of the wiki markup and comfortable with MediaWiki, because that's where most of the work is happening. Then the second question you need to ask yourself, does my background add to the diversity of these committees? So in terms of diversity, we talk about regional diversity, we talk about language diversity. Ask yourself, does your participation there add to that? And finally, do I have the proximity to the community that I seek to represent? Specifically, if you are coming from a region that is less represented, at least have some communications or connections within that community so that you are actually properly representing the views from that. How do I apply? We've started to consolidate the different application types for all these committees. And between October and December, there will be an opening time for application process for the different committees. In January, there will be a vetting, and in February, we'll be working on appointments. So use that time to apply for these committees because they need you. And finally, any questions? Hopefully not the difficult ones, because Joe is gone and, oh, he's here. If you got difficult questions, please ask them for Joe.
I am here.
Nanur has a question.
It's a rapid one, because you said that this survey it will start in October, and the building committee for U4C, they are finished in November, I think, and how it could be that they not be decided who can be on U4C, and then the application will started in October.
Yes, so the timelines only apply for the existing committees, does not apply for the U4C. The U4C will take a different timeline, and that will be announced as soon as the U4C BC has completed the work in defining how that committee is going to look like. Next question. Hopefully this is for Joe.
Yes, Joe, how could you forget about this? Well, Stewards probably another committee, but I'm wondering, there's also a code of conduct for technical spaces committee. Does that get some support by your team or a different team?
Joe, do you want to take that one?
That I can. I apologize for forgetting you. You weren't on the slides. Of course, we do work with the stewards as well. We do treat the stewards as a committee because they by all intents and purposes, are a committee of volunteers who, work on anti-spam and work on global governance issues. The technical code of conduct is not run by us in Trust and Safety directly. I'm trying to remember who actually deals with them on a day-to-day basis. I don't know if I have immediately an answer for you. But I know it's not a committee that we directly work with on a day-to-day.
Thank you, Joe,
Look
and
that up for
thanks,
you, but it will be
Martin,
after
for
the call.
asking that, because I needed Joe to answer something. Any more questions? It looks like I still have more time. Not the difficult ones.
Sorry. You didn't mention gender in the diversity, but you didn't have time. What is the current state of gender diversity in the different committees, and what are the efforts made to improve it?
Yes, so I'm a straight talker, and the current state of diversity in these committees is alarming. It's bad. We definitely need more applications to correct that that information. In particularly, I can speak for what AFCOM is doing. We've now created a guidelines and a list of skills and criteria that we will be looking at for the next round of application, and that does include gender as part of the things that we are looking to add on to it. But you're right, the makeup of committees throughout the movement doesn't reflect the aspirations we have on gender equity and diversity. So it's up to you to help us to correct that. And that's it. I've got 1 more minute that I can pass on to the next speaker.
Here to discuss the movement charter. We're going to be focusing on 3 particular areas today: the Global Council, hubs, and the ratification process. Next slide. So this is the MCDC, the Movement Charter Drafting Committee. Most of our members are here. Unfortunately, Pepe from Mexico and Erica from Argentina were not able, Brazil, sorry, were not able to make it. But I'm going to pass the mic to each of my colleagues, and they'll tell you who they are and where they're from.
Hello, I'm Richard, user Nosebag Bear, and I'm from the UK.
I'm George from Cameroon.
I'm Jorge Vargas. I work for the foundation, and I'm originally Colombian, but live in San Francisco.
Hi, I'm Runa. I'm from India, and I'm also a staff member on the at the Wikimedia Foundation.
Hi, I'm Manav. I'm from India.
Good day, I'm Michał from Wikimedia Poland and C Hub.
Hello, my name is Anas, and I am from Morocco.
Hi, I'm Seal. I'm born and raised in the Netherlands.
Hi, I'm Richard, user Pharos. I'm from New York City and secondarily from the United States.
And Daria, I'm from Poland and Wikimedia UK.
User Risker and Clint, and I'm from Canada, and mainly work on the English Wikipedia. So that's who we are. We were elected or selected by the community and the affiliates to represent the broad diversity of thought on the issues of the Charter. So we're on our agenda. We're introducing ourselves. We're telling you what's going on. We're going to be having 3 breakout groups, and we're going to have 2 sessions of breakouts. So the 3 groups are Global Council, hubs, and the ratification process. And there will also be online attendees who will be engaging in all of the different questions that we are asking within these breakout groups. And then we're going to follow up with some next steps. So this is a very basic introduction to the drafts that we have going now. We are all very well aware that these are not going to be the final drafts. They are provided to the community for feedback so that we can improve and take into consideration the concerns and ideas that come from the community members. We were set about to do our task to ensure equity in decision making within the movement. We want to be coming up with solutions that work differently and effectively for everybody. To make this work, we are working to build a movement charter that will help us to do some of these things. So way back, a long time ago, we published the preamble and the values that we had established in developing the charter. And we're working to define the movement, to identify what we're supposed to do with it. We want to ensure that all stakeholders in the movement have their rights and responsibilities described, and that it applies equally to both existing entities and potential future entities. The values and the principles that the movement charter builds on are free and open knowledge, inclusivity, independence, subsidiarity, decision-making at the level that has the most responsibility for seeing that decision through, equity, accountability, and resilience. We want this movement to continue to survive for many, many years. So our Global Council draft, you can read that. I can't read all of that. The idea is that it is a body composed of volunteers that would have some support from staff. And the volunteers on the Global Council come from a diverse range of Wikimedians from all over the world and with all kinds of different levels of experience within the movement. It's intended to improve accountability and transparency, to improve movement-wide decision-making systems, to make sure that its movement resources are made more available and more equitably to individuals and to communities. And we want to nurture trust amongst the stakeholders, which seems to be an ongoing issue. The Global Council carries out its purpose by creating standards and objectives for groups across the movements, providing some oversight and some limited executive decisions. And that is based on the current draft that we have now. So the discussion questions that we are asking you to help us figure out are, what are the pros and cons of different kinds of global council structures? A small executive, an advisory body, a general assembly, all kinds of different structures have been proposed. So we want to look at the pros and the cons of each of those. And what is the relationship between the Global Council and the Wikimedia Foundation and its Board of Trustees? Those are the two questions that we will be putting to the groups that are having those breakout sessions. With the hubs draft, regional and thematic hubs are intended to be structures for mutual support to help build a body of knowledge that is available to all and to support each other in various activities. You know, we want to learn, we want to share knowledge, we want to make that knowledge available to each other. And the questions that we're going to be asking in those discussion groups are, why would we start a hub? What would its purpose be? And what are the advantages of being a member of a hub, as opposed to not being a member of a hub? And the other question is about fundraising. Do you agree that hubs should be able to fundraise independently from the WMF through non-banner channels? And should all hubs, both regional and thematic, be able to fundraise? So those are important questions, and you'll hear them again and again. The ratification draft proposal comes from the fact that we recognize that there are very different types of stakeholders to whom this charter would apply. And the first group, obviously, are individual editors. The next group is the individual projects, obviously the affiliates, and the Wikimedia Foundation Board of Trustees, who's sort of in charge of their whole Wikimedia Foundation. We'll be using probably secure poll as a voting platform for individuals and projects. And it'll determine total votes of all the individual editors and each individual project. Each affiliate will have one vote, and their collective vote will determine the outcome of the affiliate vote. And the Board of Trustees gets one vote. So all four of those groups need to agree for the charter to be ratified. So the discussion questions that we have are, how do we balance transparency and privacy in the voting process? And how can we reassure voters that counts are accurate and fair, and that the result is valid if we take steps to protect the privacy of the individual voters in this process? So you have your ideas, as you can start to figure out where you want to wind up being. We just wanted to let you know that Roles and Responsibilities, which was published just before Wikimania, is intended to ensure that entities and stakeholders within the movement have decentralized roles and responsibilities, and that those roles and responsibilities are distributed equitably, that's a hard word, as possible across the movement, and responsibilities are delegated to the lowest reasonable level. And there's also a glossary that was published in July. It's giving people an idea of how we are using specific terms within the Charter. We're trying to use those terms consistently throughout the document. And part of the reason for the development of a glossary instead of linking to wiki pages or external sources is to ensure that if those other sources have changes in the future, they will not change the meaning of the term within the Charter. So it's time now for our breakout sessions. I think what we'll do is we'll do hubs there, ratification over here, and global council up here. So please feel free to move around, grab a drink of water while you're at it, and we'll be back.
Yes, global council hubs in the corner and ratification
5-minute warning. 5-minute warning for your breakout group before we switch. everyone. The first round of the, okay, 20 seconds. 20 seconds, and then I'll give instructions. Okay, the first round of the breakouts is over. But listen carefully. You can stay within your group if you want, or you can take this opportunity to rotate groups. The Global Council is up here, the hubs is over there, the ratification is over there. You can stay in your group and continue the conversation, or you can take this opportunity to rotate groups and meet new people and talk about new things. It will be another 30 minutes. I'll give you 60 seconds to move around if you want.
My friend, how are you today? With black coffee, so you're not doing that well.
The first scenario is the global council is a small executive body having a limited number of members between 9 and 21. We have options also there. And the second option is that the global council has a big assembly having between 50 and 100 people, and then a small executive body. So the assembly would advise the executive body. That's in the scenario. Yes, I think it's important here that okay. The chances is really that they are advisory board to a big number of people and a small number of people. Sorry, global council. Yeah, sorry, no, the board of the I'll have to look at my fellow members. We have not decided yet on that specific structure. So there are the final how do we call that in English? Final structure. Yeah. So that final structure are global council and foundation are the equals. Is global council above? We as committee have not landed on one about how that structure is. That's up to the second question. Our question is, what is the relationship between the global council and the foundation? No, it says some responsibilities. No, it says some. They are just managed before starting. In our view, someone edited. Okay, it's a meta. Delegate decision-making powers to the global council. Not all. Okay. But yeah. If the decision-making is in the hand of the global council. What's some decision-making? Maybe decision about to launch A.
Okay,
That's what is in the draft.
I'll make it really short because I'm here right now. We have decision making. It can be the color of the logo. It can also mean we decide the funds worldwide. It doesn't specify right now what decisions are delegated. To some people, like not a problem. The vague term, which is on purpose. I mean, an advisory board, a small group of people that so many reasons of voluntary amount of misbehavior is very, very, very risky. So it's very strange to me that such a structure has been selected. I think that there is something to be different for the board where it's more close to the recommendation, the council, and the commission. All those things are not super for me.
Good, that was exactly my question. Did you in your proposal ensure how this European model will work in the global community that we have? I come from a non-democratic country. If we have elections, it will be that there will be more corruption, I would think. And the guys will be more popular or something. So how do you envision that this will work?
I think nomination on wikis has brought that what we can inspire from democracy, and I think we should have at least 3 or 4 ways to designate resources. But the refactoration is also it is much stronger when you have already outsourced and not stronger. Why do you disagree?
Because when you have 1,000 people, you have practice. Take a look at the United Nations General. Okay, so we start with Lego and then specifically on the Wikimedia Foundation Advisory Board, it didn't work and it's currently not existing anymore. But the problem was that there was not clear role. So there was no, it was like, okay, we may ask you questions if we need, but there is no real reason for asking them questions. It will be different if you define the role.
No, I actually helped create the advisory board for the foundation, and it was an honorary position. We never asked it. Honorary. Our General Assembly, because even the legal issues aside, it's fine. It's less confusing than advisory. Advisory board sounds very free.
Yeah. Okay. No. The proposal now is not that they are advising that executive body how to make decisions, giving input, maybe solicited and unsolicited input. So actually, the General Assembly, as we know, as many years, the European is not in phase 2. I can. Exactly. I can imagine and hear from the community. Please bring in a third scenario. But the discussion is, and why we decided to ask the question of please help us with pros and cons, is that we are not sure if the European model is globally possible. So there are is advising at the community level as well in the
Maybe I don't understand. You said General Assembly and small executive body. That's what you said.
I hate to interject. I've been
So the small group, instructions on the big.
That's why I want to ask my question.
Go ahead and ask your question now. Let's go for it.
Yeah,
It's better be a good question.
I'm glad that, yeah, it will be relevant. I'm glad that there was mention of So would you say that the advisory board would be similar to like a security council, wherein if the General Assembly would arrive at a certain decision, the Security Council would intervene? Because there was mention of a General Assembly, so is there an equivalent
Not suggested, so I don't believe you can see it.
No, but generally, I'm just making an analogy.
Yeah,
right?
but in this analogy,
Please let me finish.
assigns tasks to the board of the sector, and everything there goes wrong, then AFCOM is that all. I think functional smaller unit and have a larger advisory. And not necessarily, and this does not mean that the larger advisory unit does not have and then the other structure was that work with the larger unit of people. That's it. And if you're saying the global council is 100 people, and then global council is a set of people who have been selected to do that larger advisory body, who is the functional unit. So we are hearing time and again. We do realize that we need a smaller functional body to execute the frequent work. But we definitely need more representation. So this is something that we have put on in scenario 2. So scenario 2 is not advisor or general assembly or something. We can definitely work on changing those terms. But the idea is to have a larger representative unit and a smaller functional.
At this one quick thing, and then I give to Michael because I know he's willing to talk. But just one quick thing. Even in the scenario 2, maybe it's not very clear in the draft, but we have many sub-scenarios that we've talked about. It can be that this advisory group can elect between themselves who will be in that executive body. So it's not someone coming randomly from somewhere who will be there. So that also is somehow representative. You know, politics and democracy, there are 100 ways of imagining how we can have structures, and all of them work depending on the situation. But just a clarification.
I will start with an intervention saying neither of the bodies will be the security. Because the Security Council, each permanent member has a veto power, so it will not work this way. Can you please, you guys have the longest time to talk and you have anything else. I just wanted to refer to Chuck's question, because Chuck asked what kind of decisions we will to make in the building to actually make this kind of a manpower put into the whole process well. Because you need to remember that European Parliament and all the parliaments, they use thousands of manpower hours. Not only they have a full-time representative, but they have person, they have professional staff and so forth. So this process is very, very heavy. And you need to think about if the global community is prepared for something like that. It's all operational, but it's not operational.
Whether it's advisory or not. Because as she was saying, the structure, if I understood correctly, proposal number 2, the structure is that the executive body is not accountable to the advisory council, because it's just
the right comparison because they are made of people who are part of parties, while the advisory council would have a lot of people from different parts of the movement, and there wouldn't be a lot of people part of the same group or with the same ideas or from the same belonging, while it would be 100 diverse people. I mean, in parliaments we have 400 people, but they are from 6 or 7 parties. No, I see that it's just advice. But that's just a fact. After they are elected. The parliament can overturn the decision of the parliament.
In our committee. Let's hear more.
5-minute warning. 5-minute warning.
We all want to be jerks and ignore the meaning that that will happen with the mouse running anyway. But getting the voices at the table is being much more.
How would things have been different? Not necessarily a different outcome, but maybe a different process. Maybe it would have been faster. Maybe you would have had more comprehensive feedback. So like a few that I thought of off the top of my head, these don't have to be ones that you use or you can think of others from fairly recently. One was in the past couple of years there was the creation of enforcement guidelines for the universal code of conduct. And there was a vote on those, and then like a year later there was another vote because there was some redrafting that happened. And I think overall it was a good process. I got some good feedback, but it took 18 months. Maybe there's a way, like, is there a way that one of these structures could have been part of that process to make it faster or make it easier to get there? Other things that I thought of, one was like the new rollout of the vector scan on English Wikipedia. Like, is there a way that there could have been a sort of feedback process on that to affect outcomes? Or a few years ago, there was like the movement ranking and things like that. Are there ways that, and so having some examples like this, it doesn't have to be exactly taken from history, but informed by things that have actually happened, could help people understand what the role of an advisory board or a parliament or a global council are, and how that would, what the relationship between those bodies and the board of trustees or Wikimedia Foundation example.
Back to the democracy question, that fundamentally media projects have worked in a democratic way, maybe not in the meaning of European democracy, but in the meaning that all the decisions were taken by a large group of people, by discussions and by consensus. So I think that we should keep this experience in mind at work, because Wikimedia projects are working and have been working for 22 years. So we should keep that democratic experience in mind in deciding how the governing body of all these entire movements we created should work. And so I think that although it unfortunately involves more people, so a larger committee, scenario two with all the clarifications and the modifications we are making also fits better with the mentality of Wikimedia projects. I support all the first part of what you said. The second part, linking it directly to cutting the funding, so that's the kind of choices we make.
I can give you just a 30 seconds of the test case. Yesterday.
Sorry.
Yes,
Yes, so I can answer, because this was precisely what Gerge said yesterday, because we were describing that basically, for instance, English Wikipedia
cut them out from discussion about the distribution, about the governance, and this will be actually a very interesting thing for the Global Council, how to work with the largest ask it to me as well, because I thought what he said was relevant. Except the last part tying it into how we disseminate. But what he said about the RC is exactly right. Our current model gives way too much privilege to the older editors who've been around for a while, who take the trouble to go into meta, to read up all of it. It's not working for a global movement.
Hi, everyone. Hi, it's the bearer of bad news. It is time to wrap up. Unless you want to like go into your lunchtime, we gotta wrap up now. So, yes, we're gonna wrap up right now. I'm gonna ask the MCDC members from each group to recap what they heard, and then and then the group members, if there's discrepancy in what they recapped, you have an option to refute it as well. But MCC members, recap your sessions. Next steps is fine. Yes, to everyone. You're going to recap to everyone so everyone knows what's happening. I will walk around with the mic. Who wants to go first? Okay, I'm getting a request for 2 more minutes. So I'm going to give this group 2 more minutes. Yes. They will go last as well. That's what you get. 2 more minutes. Okay, here we go. Hubs, you want to go first? You ready, Jorge? Okay, so the Hubs group is going to recap what they shared, and the Hubs participant can, veto what he said. I'm kidding.
We have to start again. Delete everything. Start from zero. No, so I mean, a lot of amazing feedback. That trying to summarize it, it's going to be complicated, but I would try to maybe highlight 3 main points. One is that the chapter around hubs is being too specific. It's talking about things that may not exist in the future. What if regional fund committees or AFCOM or something like that that is mentioned in the charter in general, but also in the context of hubs, is a figure that is no longer there. So definitely trying to take the element of going back a lot of steps and making this more of as a charter, just a high-level constitution, and then allow policies to be discussed around fundraising, for instance. So jumping to the second point, when we discussed the fundraising element, there was definitely no clear consensus on how would the fundraising work, what vehicles should be done, but maybe the charter shouldn't even get to that point. The contrary point that we were saying as drafting committee is the fact that fundraising seems to be like the topic that everyone wants to talk about, and we felt the pressure of having to like also find ways to discuss this in the charter. So that was the other thing. And I would say that the third point was that we really need to reduce the hub anxiety. There's this notion of, if I'm not in a hub, I'm gonna miss out, and we have to be way more specific or explicit in the charter that not being in a hub is not bad, but in the contrary, we should really refocus on how can we make affiliates stronger, even if they're not in a hub. So trying to reduce the hub anxiety that the movement is currently under. There's a lot of more, but I think that that's, I don't, did I miss a big point? Okay.
Does anyone want to, refute what he said? No? Good job. Good job, Jorge. Good job, Hub. We have ratification next.
So we talked, our focus was on how to, or our questions were focused on how to ensure trust in the outcome if we were to make private more of the information that comes with using SecurePoll. And we sort of figured, yeah, that's not a problem, was the feedback that we got. We'll figure that out. But it was more, is this the way that we want to vote? Do we want to use SecurePoll? Should projects be able to vote in different ways? And looking at the actual complexity of how we are setting up the vote. We got a lot of really useful feedback on different suggestions on how to carry out the vote. I thought it was very interesting that, here we were so worried about, having people have faith in the result, and their concern was the practicalities of the vote. And I think that told us what we needed to know. So we really appreciate this feedback.
Any objections, discrepancies? Sure, additions?
We derailed a little bit from the original questions, and then also talked about the difference between voting for the charter to say, okay, this is the charter that we want as a movement, and then in the next step, ratifying it for your own organization or community, because we think, we thought it would probably be two different steps.
No? Ratification, thank you, ratification. Global Council, my rowdy group, you're next. Who of the MCDC members wants to recap what they learned and take it away?
I will try really my best. We had a lot of rich discussions, and I know we want to eat lunch, so I will be very, very quick. But really, it was incredibly useful feedback for us. A lot of ideas that we received. So we obviously talked about the Global Council, and most specifically, we talked about a lot of things, but the most specific part we talked about, especially in the beginning, was the structure. So the different types of structure that we had. In the beginning, we presented the scenarios that we had, and we put pros and cons for each one. But then we went to a third scenario, which was to have just a general assembly following the European model. And most of the discussions were there about what are the pros and cons about that model, and if it would apply to a global context or global movement. But it was really very useful discussions, and I'm sure that we will have the notes later to go into the details. We also had very useful discussions about specific concepts, maybe that we need to think about also later. For example, what is democracy? What is accountability? How do we ensure accountability? How can we have diversity? Because if we have direct elections, we will not have the diversity that we strive for. These are not easy questions, and the good thing is that we have diverse members also who came in between the two sessions, so we have a lot of opinions from different parts of the world also. So we saw a lot of useful perspectives. So yes, I am a bit overwhelmed with all the input that we received, but really thank you everyone who participated. I probably missed a lot of points, but it's because it was a lot of really useful ideas. I don't know if anyone wants to mention some specific idea that they liked. Yeah, sure.
So I think the note that we have taken for ourselves is that we need to prepare a parallel document to the charter to explain how we have reached a certain conclusion on what are the basics behind how we have proposed a certain structure. That is one ask. And the second ask is that in the scenario 2 that we have explained, there is no accountability that we have set for the executive body with the larger group. And the suggestion is that if you're going with that model, irrespective of the terminology that we have used here, there should be accountability which the executive body should have with the larger group. And that's the general agreement that we have in the group.
Anyone from the group want to add something, refute something, promote something? Well, I think we're going to have lunch over this. But I think that's it. Murad, do you want to wrap us up with next steps?
Okay, well, thank you so much. Even when we were designing the flow of these conversations, I mean, drafts were shared in July. The MCDC worked really, really hard, y'all. Drafting groups multiple times a week, weekends. I don't even know, you had one Sunday free this whole summer. So this takes a lot of effort, hours of calls, and it's so great. And the whole thought, as even Anas opened this group, was this is not a final verdict. This is not a mandate. The whole thought was, let's have documents out so people can react to it, like you are doing here. So thank you so much, and the conversation continues. The whole thought was July, August, let it be online. Let's hear what people are saying on Wiki. We're getting great response on that. Wikimania was really seen as a milestone. Let's engage with people in person. So thank you so much for contributing here. And the conversation continues online, on calls, and also, September to November, there are many regional events happening. Wiki Convention Francophone, Wiki Indaba, there's so much. So look for, yes, the German-speaking WikiCon, and the summit pre-engagement. So yes, please join, please share ideas, please speak to your MCDC at a call and continue to share thoughts, and hopefully new drafts will be shared. We'll see. We'll share with you an updated comms plan, hopefully at the end of Wikimania. Thank you so much. Bon appétit. Buen provecho.
time for me to begin, actually. Yeah, we have a. Let's wait for another 2 or 3 minutes so that we grab people. Yeah, I see. Is it recorded or streamed live? Yeah.
No, it's not. This one's streaming. Do you need it to be streamed?
Yeah, I think.
It's because in the info I have,
Mhm.
it says it doesn't say it's needed to stream. So is it this one?
Yeah, mastering.
Yeah, it says on-site hybrid. No.
No. Yeah. Yeah, I would say a few words. Hello, everyone. So we should start actually right now. You can stay if you need, and if you want to. Actually, there are the business card of our institution right back on the left. If you would like to grab some business cards of myself and my colleague. Yeah. Can you record that? Just in case. Yeah. So, just waited for a few seconds to see if it will be recorded or streamed or something. Is it fine to start now? Does it record? Yes, that's good. Yeah. Actually, there is a quiz of 8 questions. We'll see how the audience will guess answers. And actually, we will provide and explain the answers. So that's all. Yeah. So actually, question 1: how many African countries are involved in Wikimedia research and development, according to you? 10. 10. Who says 10? Raise his hand. No. 20. Yeah, the answer on the side. 20. 10. 10. Yeah. The answer is 30, actually. Yeah. Yeah. So actually, countries from the eastern coast of Africa are actually very involved in research. Actually, they start from Egypt to South Africa. All that coast actually is highly involved in research. And that's because there are some policies in Kenya, in Rwanda, in that region, actually, and in Egypt and in South Africa that encourage AI research. And as Wikimedia resources, Wikipedia, Wikidata are free resources, so they are using that. And that's why there is an increase in that region. And there are the classical countries that are doing research in computer science. So there are Tunisia, Algeria, and Morocco, and Nigeria. They are classical countries that do research kind of for decades now. There's also Ghana, Mali, etc., that are actually doing some computer research thanks to collaborations with the UK, with France, etc. And on the other side, actually, there is a community called Africa Wikimedia Technical Community that includes actually communities from Tunisia, from actually Kenya, and from actually the African coast, actually Ghana, Nigeria, kind of. So all these countries, this is mainly linked to the work that has been done by the Open Knowledge Foundation, West Africa. So it is a foundation that has been created a few years ago, mainly by Felix Narti, and it involves Wikimedians, and they are interacting with the developers community in these countries in Western Africa, so that they can be involved in media wiki development, in Wikidata, mainly script development for Wikipedia, etc. So the question number 2, as we are talking about the creation of the African Wikimedia technical community in Ghana, when this has been created? That's question number 2. There is 2016, 2017, and 2018. 2016. Who says 2017? 17. Yeah, it's 17. Yeah, and actually, as I said, that is a work of Felix Narti and Berside Rosali. And actually, they bootstrap this at the Wikindaba conference held in Tunis in 2017. And actually, they kind of establish good relations with open science communities and with computer development clubs like Google Developers Clubs at universities. So they are doing a very excellent job. Yeah, so the question number 3, actually, as there is a community, can you name 5 active African developers working on Wikimedia project? And most of us, will say no. So these are actually 5 active developers that actually some of them are in Wikimania this year. So you can meet Mahiton. Mahiton is from Benin, and he was from that community, but after that, he was recruited to work at the Wikimedia Foundation. And now he's among the staff of the Wikimedia Foundation. He's doing some really excellent work regarding MediaWiki, mainly development, APIs, all the stuff related to MediaWiki. And there is also Anel Giterek, who was the first to participate at the Google Summer of Code. So there are some other people like Egbe Ejin Agbar from Cameroon, Sam Oyelele, Nigeria, and Abel Bula that are mainly working on Wikipedia script development, and now they are shifting to Wikidata related development. Yeah. So where is the most productive research institution working on Wikimedia projects? Tunisia, that's for sure. Yeah. So actually, our research unit is the one doing that, and it is located at the University of Sfax, Tunisia. This is our headquarters, actually, as you see on the right. Well, we were formally working since 2011, actually, but we were recognized in 2021 as a nationwide research unit. That is not 2012. Actually, we have now, thanks to Wikimedia funding and the Wikimedia Research Fund, we have a headquarters and we have a data center that can work distributed computing, some fancy machine learning stuff, and some DevOps and MLOps. So we are kind of good in things like that. And we have 29 research publications around Wikimedia research as per Scopus. So if you see YouTube, we have a presentation at the Wiki Workshop of this year about what we do, how we work on that. And there's also the URL that you can check. There's also our business card where you can find the same QR code involved with the URL. Yeah. So actually, question number 5. Do African countries integrate the forefront of Wikimedia research and development? And I think that's a pretty simple question, actually. The answer actually is no. They are behind the scenes, actually, and they are mainly depending on collaboration. So as you can see, there are quite recent efforts for the integration of the African countries. And they are mainly dependent on international collaboration initiatives, particularly like the ones with Wikimedia Deutschland, etc. So mainly occurred thanks to collaboration with the BRICS country, which is quite surprising. So the countries that are mostly contributing to Wikimedia research, like Germany and like the United States of America, were not the people that pulled out African countries to work on Wikimedia research. These were BRICS, actually, countries, like Russia, Russian Federation, Brazil, India, China, and South Africa, because it is in Africa, so that's quite evident. And we have quite a poor productivity of African countries. So unfortunately, that's the situation. So if you see here, actually the blue nodes here in the map are the old one, and the yellow is the new one. So if you see here, this is the Wikidata Research Collaboration Network. If you see here that Germany, Italy, the United States actually joined later. So all these have traditions in Wikimedia research. But when it comes to BRICS, they are quite recent. They came first, and then they grabbed the African countries later to work with them on Wikimedia-related research. Yeah, so what's the main target Wikimedia project for research and development efforts? It is Commons, Wikidata, Wikipedia, and Wiktionary. Well, the answer is Wikipedia. Yeah, our work as a research unit, actually, among the 29 papers on Wikimedia research, we actually have around 13 or 14 related to the Wikipedia category graph alone. So at around 9 now, we have 9 published papers around Wikidata only, around all of Wikidata with all of its features, etc. So that's quite a thing. Yeah. So why is Wikipedia actually? Actually, Wikipedia have plenty of open source codes online. If you go to GitHub, for example, you have 2.9 thousand GitHub repositories, open access on GitHub, reusing Wikipedia. This includes libraries, kind of scripts, etc. And we have 12.1 thousand scholarly publications according to Scopus. Particularly, the Google tech giants, the tech giants like Google, like IBM, develop Wikipedia tools and are not involved in Wikidata development as it should be. There is a huge interest from research institutions all over the world, and there is a small involvement of Wikimedia volunteers. And that's why if the community in Africa is there to establish something, it will not help. And that's why they go to BRICS actually to get some help to bootstrap Wikimedia research at that instant. And that explains in part how Wikimedia community, we as a community are separate from the research community, because we don't have the people who have the double helmet as Wikipedian and researchers. Yeah. However, concerning Wikidata, there 36.2 GitHub repositories, 945 publications, and it seems that it allows better engagement of Wikimedia volunteers and affiliates in research and development related to Wikidata. And that's why we find a lot of Wikimedians that do some successful research work in scholarly publications related to Wikidata and not related to Wikipedia. So it is growing, but actually, we need if we want the Wikidata research to grow in Africa, we need some connection between the community that masters in some way Wikidata and the research community and government within the triple helix collaboration framework. So, well, question number 7. What is the most efficient governance of non-profit Wikimedia research and development communities in Africa? So there are 3 models actually for the kind of management of non-profit research communities in Africa. There are the top-down governance, and all of are working with Wikimedia research, by the way. Yeah? But there are the top-down governance scientific societies that have chapters, working groups, etc. We have the self-organized distributed governance, what is called the grassroots. And there is the affiliate governance, which is Wikimedia affiliate that has a subgroup related to research, to Wikimedia research. So which one is the more effective in Africa? The most one. Efficient governance, number of papers issued from these collaborations, number of grants that have been issued by the Wikimedia Foundation, etc. So the answer is indeed grassroots. And if you see, for example, Masakana here, Masakana is the African grassroots community for NLP research, and it had been awarded the Wikimedia Foundation Research Award of the Year in 2021. And they have been funded this year, actually, for a project at the Wikimedia Research Fund. So I can upload them if you like. Yeah, the second one is Sisonke Biotech, which is the African grassroots community for medical machine learning research. And we have been establishing as data engineering and semantics research unit in collaboration with them. And we have been funded the project I have evocated at the beginning of this talk with quite $50,000 as well. So, last question. Well, is the African artificial intelligence community interested in Wikimedia research and development? In general, we talk about the computer science community in general, not the Wikimedia one. How they perceive actually Wikimedia research and development. And the answer here is, of course, no. Yeah. We have done a bibliometric study, actually, around 90 pages, about biomedical machine learning to see what are the main topics that are evocated by African researchers related to this topic. And we have seen that most of them do not interest in open resources at all, not only Wikimedia projects. And we have seen that they are mainly interested in working on raw data and do some few shot learning, some kind of trendy things like neural network learning, like decision trees, like some Internet of Things thing for patient monitoring, etc. So all things are mainly about actually processing raw data and not about doing things using on semantic analysis, which is actually the good thing about using Wikimedia projects. Actually, why is that happening, actually? because using benchmark rather than open resources prevents the users actually to go through pre-processing. As you know, Wikidata or Wikipedia are community-generated resources, and they may actually include some mismatches, and they don't like to lose time, actually, because this is technically challenging, and because, actually, as you know, that the training of PhD students is not that robust enough, actually, to go through this side, actually, work to achieve the goal of their PhD journey. So that's the main thing. Yeah, so I hope the session was actually kind of light. I did not take much of your time. So this is my contacts. You can actually find the business card of myself and the head of our research structure at the back on the left. So you can search them as well. Thank you. Has anyone any question, actually? Yeah. Yeah, go on.
Sorry, sir. We need this for recording. Yeah, thank you for the very interesting presentation. Yeah, it was new to know that so much is going on in Africa, so really thank you for that. My question would be, you were focusing on AI, or is it so you can exclude all other research which could not directly being related to AI?
That's a good question. Actually,
should I ask the second question? Or?
Yeah, go on.
The second question would be, where did you publish your publications, and did you have some quality measures, or how did you master that? Thank you.
Yeah, the first question, actually, 90% of the research around Wikimedia in Africa was actually related to computer science. That's the thing. But there is Peter Gallert. I have seen him today. He's working in Namibia as well. So actually, he did some work. He did some work about the social perspective of the contribution to Wikimedia research. But that's one person. He published actually around 10 or 11 works on this purpose. Concerning the second question, actually, we published in highly referred journals. So myself, actually, I have a paper published in Journal of Biomedical Informatics. I have a paper in Semantic Web Journal. I have a paper in PhD Computer Science. Yeah, they are peer-reviewed. They are high because I'm not a fan of impact factor, but they are supposed to have a very high impact factor. So they are good papers. Any question? Yeah, that's good. Yeah, so if you don't have any other question, yeah, go on.
Thank you. How do you explain that African researchers are not interested by the Wikimedia project?
Yeah, that's because first their topic of interest, actually, their own languages are not well represented in Wikipedia. And if they have to actually do some NLP stuff with, for example, Yoruba Wikipedia or something, they need a lot of pre-processing. And actually, there are some benchmarks that are quite easy to process. So actually, they go for the easiest path, and that's all. So that's why, actually, we don't have that thing. Yeah?
At the previous slide.
Previous slide.
Yeah, I quite understand very well. I'd like to know it better. You said that the raw material they have, so they have to delete noises and some type of works they require. But
yeah.
Wikidata actually is structured, and I think it could be a material for the training. But you said that, so I couldn't understand.
Yeah. So the work that is done on machine learning in Africa is mainly considering the noise inside the input data. So they are putting all the thing inside the input data set, and they are processing it, and that's all. So raw stuff, raw with a very huge machine learning architecture, and that's all. Yeah. Thank you very much. So I will leave the floor to James.
Thank you. Oh, I need the USB-C to HDMI. Oh, you don't have one here. The other room?
Maybe the other room, yeah. I don't have one.
Can you go grab one from the other room, do you think? Okay. Otherwise, are you able to put my... I guess you could just put my slides up and give me a quick...
Yeah, I can do that actually.
Okay.
I can do that. But I'll have to grab it either of
Shoot. So what I need is I need a USB-C to HDMI.
Oh.
USB-C to HDMI. Let me go check the other room, because I had one the other day. Thank you, thank you. Don't worry.
And are you gonna need a clicker?
I can just use this.
Okay,
the arrow
good,
keys.
good. So let me just
That'll
open
be-
the email. And will I have the rights to?
You have
Yeah?
the rights to edit it? You have the rights? I give you all rights.
And is it okay to just mirror the screens?
Yeah, mirror the
okay.
screens.
Can you see my screen? Oh.
There we go.
Okay, so
Wonderful.
let me go full screen here. Sorry. How do you do this?
Excellent.
Okay.
Excellent. Okay, wonderful. Thanks a lot. Okay. Excellent. So folks can come on forward if they like. You can see a little bit better. Some of the text might be a little bit small. Perfect. So I'm James Heilman. I'm with Wiki Project Med Foundation, and for this here talk here, I'm going to be discussing the relaunch of our translation effort. So thank you all for joining. So a little bit of history around what we've been doing. The healthcare translation work was something we started back in 2011. So it's been going on now for a dozen years. We initially began with partners at Translators Without Borders, among others. And you know, the first process was a little bit cumbersome, but we did manage to create 19,000 translations into other languages, representing more than 22 million words of text on various languages of Wikipedia. We saw work happen in more than 150 languages, and there was more than 3,250 translators who took part in these efforts. With respect to the translations that we created on these key healthcare topics, they've received about 3.7 billion page views since 2015. And this represents, translation is a very common method that we get healthcare information in other languages of Wikipedia. Translation represents about 40 to 50% of our healthcare content that exists in non-English languages. So the initial starting content was 1,300 articles, and what we're doing is we're improving the leads of the English Wikipedia articles, making them a good summary of the topic in question, and then putting those out for translation. So just those 3 to 4 paragraphs of content, we're encouraging people to translate into other languages. The English articles themselves received about 4.5 billion page views, those 1,300 since 2015. So over time, we generated more and more content. There's more and more content for us to keep an eye on and try to keep up to date on English Wikipedia. And we were doing much of the moving manually. So we were collaborating with Translators Without Borders. We were creating Word documents from Wikipedia articles. We were emailing them to translators. They were giving us Word documents back. Wiki text would get broken in the process. And then, it was a lot of work for us as volunteers and coordinators to get this material back on the language in question. So it was just becoming too burdensome. And, over the years, English Wikipedia they've become more and more unhappy with having references in the leads. English Wikipedia says that, the references should be in the body of the article, and the leads should not contain references. And that makes it difficult for translation when all you want to do is translate these short summaries into other languages. English Wikipedia is also unhappy with us using easier to understand language. Or the language level we're trying to write at is about a grade 12 reading level, and English Wikipedia is looking more for sort of a grade 18 reading level for medical content. And then finally, we lost some of our key contacts at Translators Without Borders, and then monitoring English Wikipedia content was simply taking up almost all of my time. So what do? We took a step back, and we changed a bunch of the workflow, and we relaunched our translation process here in 2021. One of the key things is we started our own website, mdwiki.org, where we could write these short summaries of key healthcare topics, and then take these key healthcare topics and translate them into other languages of Wikipedia. So the final location for the content is still Wikipedia, but the starting location for the content is our own website, which gives us a greater ability to include references in the lead and to use easier to understand language that is easier to translate into other languages. Additionally, we've built a dashboard that has automated much of the process of managing the wiki text, and our dashboard interacts with content translation, the tool built by the Wikimedia Foundation to move content between one language of Wikipedia and another. Additionally, this has given the opportunity for us to fix a number of the issues that content translation struggles with. One of the issues content translation struggles with is that it drops a bunch of references, and they weren't quite sure how to fix that. So one of the workarounds we've built, this new process has allowed us to build, is we expand the references, and then we load that content with all the metadata expanded, and then we shorten the references after it reaches the target language, and that has allowed us to keep the references from going missing if you've noticed that problem with content translation before. And another benefit of having our own tool, our own dashboard, is it has automated the ability for us to not only collect the impact of our work, but also it has allowed us to follow along and find translators who might be running into issues in the target languages they're working in, and provide them guidance around some of the technical difficulties. Additionally, this allowed us to bring on a number of new partners, including working with the WHO around hearing-related issues. We're working with NIOSH around some workplace safety issues, and we have a new volunteer translator group called prozed.com. So as I mentioned, we launched about 2 years ago. Since we launched, we've generated about 1,500 more articles ready for translation into other languages. We've had 53 translators join us. They've created almost 1,600 translations, which represents 250,000 words. We've seen work in about 30 to 50 languages, and this content has received about 1.5 million page views. This is an example of the type of material that we have put up for translation. The text is a little bit small, but what you see is, here's a 4-paragraph summary. We're only recommending people translate, only this amount of content gets loaded into the content translation tool. So it helps guide our translators in what amount of content we're expecting them to work on. And one of the nice things about this is, this is 300 to 400 words of text. This is something manageable. It's not something like, taking on a 10,000 word massive English Wikipedia article. When we started our translation efforts, we got feedback from some of our smaller communities because we initially were translating entire articles, and they simply found that was too much content for these small communities to manage on an ongoing basis. Additionally, further research from the Wikimedia Foundation has found that only a small portion of people read beyond the lead of the English Wikipedia article. 60% of people never make it beyond the lead of the English Wikipedia article, which tells us that if you want to have a big impact on our readers, make sure that the leads of these articles are understandable and are correct. So let's take a look at how the tools work. So let me see, will this, yeah, so where's the plus key here to make it bigger? Found it, okay. So here's a look at the landing page of our translation task force. We tell a little bit about the background, and then we have step-by-step instructions on how to translate your first article. And the starting point is our translation dashboard. So this lives on ToolForge, and let me see if I can make that bigger here as well. There we go. And basically, what we see here is we have campaigns, and the campaigns are based on categories that exist within MDWiki. And we have our main campaign, we have a campaign related to COVID, we have a campaign related to hearing, which we're working on with NIOSH. We have a campaign with respect to essential medicines that we're working on with respect to the World Health Organization. And what you can do is you can pick one of these campaigns, so let's say essential medicines, and then you can put in your two-letter language code. So if we pick Japanese, for example, oh, I need to log in. Sure, you may as well. Yeah.
First edit in Japanese?
Yeah, exactly. So we have IOF on MDWiki, and that basically allows you to use your Wikipedia username and password to log into this system, and it keeps all of your edits associated with you as you move through the content translation process.
Try once more.
You might need to hit login with Wikipedia.
Yeah, I did.
Oh, maybe just hit login.
I did both.
Oh, okay.
Want to try your credentials?
I think I have two-factor authentication on
I will
mine.
try one more, but I think I'm writing this right.
Maybe hit the top one, just hit login.
Okay.
Try once more. So what the tool will do is it'll generate a list of what articles are missing in your language that are ready for translation into your language.
It's not,
Okay.
Oh, sorry.
No worries. And then from that list, you'll oh. Let me try it again. And then from that list, you'll be able to then pick articles, and it pretty easily walks you through the process. The other feature that we've built is we've built ourselves a dashboard, and this gives us a breakdown of how people are doing with respect to translation. And we see Odia is leading the board with respect to the number of translations done. This retired orthopedic surgeon has translated more than 1,000 articles since the relaunch of our efforts. We have the number of languages we're working in, and then we have a graph of number of translations over time since we launched back in 2021. And then we have some additional tools here. that sort of allows us to pick up quickly on new translations that are occurring. And so what we see here is, I can make that a little bit larger. These are the most recent translations that have occurred via this tool. We see this JSDS has been translating copper IUD into Spanish, and you can easily take a look at the translations that result. So to see whether or not this user has run into any issues from the Spanish community with respect to the resulting translation. And then we additionally have built tools that help fix a bunch of common issues. We're still working on improving those tools. So for example, when you translate from English into Spanish, the dates of the references, January is not translated into janvier, or the Spanish equivalent. So we're building tools to help automate the bits of text that don't translate automatically with the content translation tool. And then we also have the ability to view what translations are in process. And this, some people start translations, they run into barriers, and you're not quite sure why. And this gives us a list of people who have begun translations but maybe haven't finished them. And this allows us to reach out to those folks and see if they need further help. So it's we built these tools to help people run translation campaigns. Currently, we have campaigns primarily related to medicine and healthcare topics, but there would be definitely the potential to run campaigns in other topics using this sort of software, this tool here as well. Oh, hey. So, yeah, so as I mentioned, we also did a big effort to look at what sort of impact our prior translations had. One of the nice abilities allowed us to figure out who our prior translators were, and it allowed us to figure out what percentage of all of Wikipedia's medical content came from these translation efforts, and it was more than 40%. And then we've recently reached out to all the people who previously did translation as part of the healthcare efforts and encourage them to rejoin us for this new process. Finally, I'd like to put out a big thanks to Mr. Ibrahim. He is our part-time programmer. So we at Wiki Project Med Foundation, we have one part-time staff member. That's this gentleman here from Ibrahim, from Yemen, I should say, Mr. Ibrahim, who's done much of our programming for our tools. And then, of course, a big shout out to Dr. Chandra Root, who has been our star translator and has, written. Odia Wikipedia has some of the best medical content within any language of Wikipedia, and that's because there's one single gentleman, and he's basically brought a medical encyclopedia single-handedly to his language, which is an Odia language not known to many people, but it's spoken by 40 million individuals in India. So these sorts of heroes continue to inspire me. Okay, I'd like to open up for questions. Yes. Let's bring you a microphone and just so you can repeat that question so we can all hear.
Thank you. So I think that the main concern for me regarding the project, that all of the project depending on the translation tool. So any issue in the translation tool will affect the project in a negative way. In my part, I have a lot of concern regarding the translation tool in the Arabic language. So I still use the manual editing way to translation or to write the medical articles in Arabic language. So that is my comment only about.
Yeah. So there's two parts to the translation tool. One part is just managing all the reference templates, the info box templates, and helping to convert those from one language to the other. And then the other part of the content translation tool is the machine translation, and it's the machine translation you have concerns with. Yeah. The machine translation is not very good, and that's why we human translators are 100% key, especially for medical content, and why our work is so important. You can go to the internet and you can use Google's machine translation to translate any English page into Arabic, but the resulting content that Google gives you is poor. We need real human Arabic speakers to come and take high quality English content, or in other languages, to generate high quality Arabic content. And yeah, so in Japanese Wikipedia, for example, they had concerns about machine translation too, and they have actually turned off machine translation for all of the Japanese language.
Oh, but sometimes it's not easy for the ordinary people to fix the Arabic translation, for example, the medical one. I see the last example today that Google Translation at all or any machine translation, for example, in Arabic, cannot differentiate between the cardiac as a heart and the cardiac as the opening of the stomach. They translate all of it as a heart. So when you read the translation, that all of the content related to the cardiac, related to the stomach, translated at the heart, al-qalb in Arabic.
Yeah.
So when you read the text, it's a very poor translation, and you need a specialized one, we can say, or one related to the medical field at least, who can differentiate between the text.
Yeah, and part of the solution to that is, we're writing summaries in English, and we're trying to use easier to understand language. So, we wouldn't use terms like, the gastric cardia for the English version. And if you avoid terms like gastric cardia, then, if you say, the upper part of the stomach, then, the machine translation will be able to handle the upper part of the stomach, whether they won't be able to handle the gastric cardia. And, the emphasis needs to be on the English folks who are writing the initial content to make sure that we're writing content that is easier for not only non-experts to translate, but also for the machines to work on. And yeah, if you can provide us feedback of specific issues that are occurring on the English, easier, the simplified versions, that would be useful for us who are working on that material. Mohammed? Mozab?
He had a question.
Okay.
Hello. Right. I can see like this MD Wiki is trying to be independent from Wikipedia, is it?
What's that?
The MD Wiki is trying to be independent from the Wikipedia. Is that right?
So we're of course a movement. We're the Wikimedia movement. Wiki Project Med Foundation is a thematic organization within the Wikimedia movement. MD Wiki is a wiki run by the Wiki Project Med Foundation. It's not run by the Wikimedia Foundation. That sort of distributes some of the technical infrastructure across our movement, which I think is a good idea for us as a whole, for stability for the future. This is independent from English Wikipedia. This does allow us to create more specialized versions of articles, but the resulting translations go into Wikipedia. So it's separate, but it's still related.
So how do you ensure these contents in the MD Wiki reach out to the readers? Because I think if you Google on the topics of any health or medical things, the priority will be from the Wikipedia. How do you ensure this the contents from the MD Wiki to get to the people?
And that's via translation, right? So the content from MD Wiki is translated, as we said, there's 1,600 translations into other languages. So we're seeing more high quality content generated in languages other than English, which I think is key. As an English speaker, more than 60% of the internet is written in a language you understand. That's not the case for so many non-English speakers out there. So I believe we need to put more effort into languages other than English. And this is part of what this translation effort is trying to do.
All right, thank you then.
But I think there's a point that it's not the aim of the MED Wiki to bring visitors. It's only to help translator. So it's not to bring visitors to MED Wiki instead of English Wikipedia. Yes?
So
it's not the aim to make
yeah.
It's not the aim to make a separate project mid-wiki for the medical articles and to bring the visitors to it. I think it's not the aim. The aim to help the translator and to avoid the guidelines and policies of the English Wikipedia related to the medical articles only.
Yeah, so Sorry. Would you like a handheld mic? Thank you. Oh, yeah, sure. Or I can use this one. Okay. So, with respect to, is this competing against English Wikipedia? Our offline app in English, for example, is now based off of MDWiki. And the reason why, we know that 80% of people who are using our offline app are from low and middle income countries. Many of them are healthcare providers. And many of them are using it in a location where there's no internet. And some of the things they've been requesting is, for example, medication doses. Medication doses aren't allowed on English Wikipedia. Us having MDWiki allows us to then provide medication doses to our offline users. So this allows us to do a number of things. It allows us to improve our offline offerings to healthcare providers around the world. It's not directly competing with Wikipedia because, we're not well indexed by Google. Google is not sending us much traffic. And I don't think that's going to change.
Yes, the only thing that I want to add is that for the translation tool, the main improvement than any other machine translation, as I tried it, is that it used the interwiki links. So, for example, when we go to a term that is in Arabic Wikipedia, if the Arabic name on Wikipedia is correct, then it will use the correct name. But other machine translation, they don't go to a reference. They don't go to Arabic Wikipedia to see what's the name of the article, for example. They use the general dictionaries, which do the problem that my colleague raised it around, like, for example, cardia. And there's other examples. For example, intelligence as smartness, or intelligence as the policeman or the security man. So this kinds of term that machine translation usually does not differentiate between. But for our tool at the MDWiki, I tried it myself. There's still some mistakes. It's not a human, but it is good quality compared to any other, like Google Translate, because it's referred to Wikipedia articles. Other thing for the visitors, the outreach, as the question raised by our friend there, is that I want to mention that MDWiki is connected by InterWiki to other wikis, to English Wikipedia, for example. So this is another way to reach to MDWiki. But we are not in a state to compete English Wikipedia, but rather we are trying to provide simplified content, more accurate content in our point of view. For example, as Dr. James said, we add the doses, also we add the prices. The prices, for example, are important for certain parts of the world, which is we cannot add to English Wikipedia. That's why we have this version. And also for Internet in a Box, if you attend the session yesterday that Dr. James talked about Internet in a Box, the offline version of MDWiki is now available in more extended way, I could say, than English Wikipedia articles. And also we have other educational resources like videos from Khan Academy, from Osmosis. At a certain point we add some Osmosis videos. So this is what I think. It's not a competitive thing, but we are trying to add something different. That's it.
Hi, I'm a doctor too, but however, I quit on translating to Arabic, medical content to Arabic from English Wikipedia a long time ago because of the complicated content. I believe now science is highly complicated, that I get to the point that I write the same word in English just with Arabic letters. So I always say, what's the point? I'm not explaining anything. No one is having any benefit from that. So having a simplified language is better, in my opinion. But surprisingly, this is not getting any traffic. So what's the point? Why would someone contribute in this project if it will not have much audience? And my other point is that I'm not a programmer, so I try sometimes. I hope I will get there someday. But is there a way to prevent publishing something before it gets a certain % of editing? So we make sure that it's not just machine translation. No, there is some manual and some % that has been done. So yeah, that's better and can be published.
So with respect to readership, the translations that have occurred, we see that they've so far received 1.5 million page views in non-English languages, and 1.5 million page views. That's not horrible. That is some impact. And of course, those numbers are going to grow over time. These articles have existed for less than 2 years. And yet, people are still actively reading them in these target languages.
I have a question myself. I'm wondering, as you presented this, like the main version of the article is in English and everything gets translated from English. Is it considered a different way of doing it? Like, for example, somebody writes a very good medical article in Spanish and have it translated to other languages?
So, we were previously translating into the language Quichua, and our translators only spoke Quichua and Spanish. So we ended up doing a 2-step translation process. We ended up translating from English into Spanish, and then from Spanish into Quichua. One of the big efforts of this project was to make sure that the starting content is of very high quality. And because I'm an English-speaking physician, I can only really verify the content in English. And most of the few other physicians who are working on developing the content, the starting content, are also working in English. That's more or less why we start in English. And when it comes to medicine, the lingua franca of medicine is very much English. Globally, I know, I did some time in Brazil as a medical student, and the medical students were studying English, even though Brazilian was their first language. Same in Switzerland, even though English is not one of the official languages of Switzerland. The medical students in Lausanne, Geneva, or Switzerland were still studying in English. And that's the same in much of India. And it's interesting, like one of the pushbacks we got from the Swedish community is they wanted Swedish sources to be used for the Swedish medical content. But the thing is, their own researchers in Sweden are publishing in English. So even the Swedish experts aren't writing in their own language. And so translation is just, a fact of life.
Thanks. So this is a question, I guess, about synchronization. I can totally see the reasons for forking essentially MDWiki off the initial starting point of medical content from English Wikipedia, and then it gets integrated into other languages. And there are multiple seeding articles being created all the time. And the question is then, as material updates over time, even some topics update very slowly, but some topics update quicker, and even for slowly updating topics, in 5 years' time, in 10 years' time, this will be relevant. How are there plans for then updating and synchronizing the language, the other language materials that have been generated from English content, and also synchronization between updates to English Wikipedia into MDWiki, updates in MDWiki back into English Wikipedia? Is this all entirely manual? Is there potential for some AI assistance, even at least for spotting what could be synchronized, even if it's then having to be manually checked?
Yeah, so right now we're only listing articles for translation when there's zero content that exists in the target language. If there was 4 sentences of unreferenced content in a target language, and you were to take 3 paragraphs of well-referenced translated content from English and put it in that language, that is sort of an insult to the community in question. And you're stepping on their toes, and really that sort of level of work can only be done by the core members of that community, and can't be done by us or external translators that have joined us from our various collaborators. So that's a difficult step. And then, with respect to, back and forth between English Wikipedia and MDWiki, they're both under the same license. Material can be moved back and forth. I don't think the English, some of the English community don't want the material on MDWiki. Yeah.
I think we're on time already. Sorry if it's just okay. If it's okay, moving on with the next session. Okay, sorry. Thank you, James.
Excellent. Who's up next? You're up, Lane? Yes, of course. Thank you for...
Sorry, I had to interrupt, but we're almost 5 minutes over.
Yeah, yeah.
Be talking about the WikiCite project, the Scholia project, and how that relates to medical content in Wikipedia and beyond, Wikipedia in general. How do you all do? My name is Lane Raspberry. I do Wikipedia in the United States at a place called the University of Virginia in their School of Data Science. I'm Blue Raspberry on Wikipedia. You can write to me after this if you have questions. That's the best way. I will talk to you by video chat at any time. You all are in conference overload. Just relax during this presentation. The slides are online. I'm going to cover a lot of things here and move quickly, but we can talk another time. You can send me questions. Everything will be answered. What I'm going to do first, in 2 minutes, if you just stay here for 2 minutes and can pay attention that long, I will give you the skill that you need, and then I'm going to keep talking, but you can relax through the rest of it. Everything I want to say, I'm going to say it in the first 2 minutes. I'm going to say something about this concept, scholarly profiling. When I explain this, you're already going to know it, but I'm going to put it out there. I'm going to introduce these Wikipedia projects, WikiCite and Scholia. I'm going to say, beyond technically what they are, why I think they're going to save the world, and then I'm going to give a list of medical examples, how WikiCite and Scholia relate to medicine. Of course, you can edit. You can participate. This is Wikipedia. The skill I want to teach you is how to learn Wikimedia's variety of scholarly search, how to use this tool called Scholia. It's a Wikidata-related tool for scholarly search. You search for Scholia in your favorite search engine. Somehow you arrive at this place. Look, a search box, very familiar. And you can put things like a search term in it, any disease, medical condition, drug. Medicine is very well represented in this search. You can put in any kind of search term that you would search for information to develop a Wikipedia article or anything else, but climate change is very popular. Any topic in diversity, representation, very popular. Anything related to the open movement, open source software, open access, open science, very popular. But whatever you might research in Wikipedia, you can research in Scholia. And when you do this, Scholia will spit out all these data visualizations. And what I'd like you to know about this, these are visualizations of the scholarly or academic literature. Scholia is a tool by means of which you get access to sources in journals from universities, from scientists, from researchers, and these are good things to cite as you develop Wikipedia articles. So that's the skill I wanted to teach you. Navigate to Scholia, type in a search term, look at these visualizations to help you find the research papers that you want to do research in Wikipedia or research anywhere else, and then be enlightened. You've found good information. You can develop Wikipedia or anything else. What I just showed you, those pictures, I'm calling those scholarly profiling. This is a new term, a new concept. People have, of course, been doing this for many decades, but we're in a new age with artificial intelligence and all kinds of support for these kinds of things. And if anyone wants to know what is scholarly profiling, I expect that most people would be familiar with Google Scholar. And I would say Google Scholar is a competitor. It's related to what we're doing with Scholia, Wikisite, and Wikipedia. For anyone who needs the introduction, here's what Google Scholar looks like. We've got a Google search box. You put a term into this, and then you get information from Google, what Google says are academic papers related to your term. Google Scholar is very popular for topics, give you a list of papers on a topic, the papers for a researcher, the papers by a certain keyword. Google makes good products. And I'm going to say more, but yes, I do think that Wikipedia, Scholia, Wikidata, Wikisite, all these things have a competitive advantage against Google. We in our little wiki community can do things and be better than Google in certain key ways. One of the ways that we're better than Google is that when you search for Google, you get 10 pages of results, hundreds of pages of results. We need more sorting of these kinds of things. And if you go to Scholia, it's not possible for you to read 1,000 papers that Google's recommending to you. Our wiki community, we curate things, we rearrange the way things are, we sort them ourselves, and we can put these into smaller categories, things that are more relevant to the kind of purposes that our community needs. So, of course, why you would want this, Wikipedia editors want the best sources to cite in Wikipedia, but this is a lot bigger than Wikipedia. I'm talking about everybody in every context wants help finding the best sources. And we can do things that Google can't do. It's very fortunate. Intro to Wikisite and Scholia. What are these terms that I've been using? What exactly is Wikisite? What is this Scholia tool? It's a lot of name dropping and context, but there's this project called Wikidata. You're familiar with it. And a big part of Wikidata, this pie chart represents the number of items in Wikidata. And what I'd like you to see is this big slice here, the biggest slice of the pie, that is related to a project called Wikisite. These are papers that are indexed in Wikidata, research, references, citations. So a big part of Wikidata is sorting out these citations. The Wikisite project is the community in Wikidata that's sorting out these papers. Wikisite is sorting out this big slice of the pie there. And I would call it the flagship project of Wikidata, the project in Wikidata that's got the most engagement, the most number of people who are curating, sorting out this content, and the most people who are talking about the very many social and ethical issues that come from sorting out this kind of literature. There's a lot of policy controversy in Wikisite and a lot of engagement in the Wikidata community for this. If you'd like to get engaged in the Wikisite project, there's a project page in Wikidata. This is where you say, I need help doing something technically, I want to know more about it, in a wiki project. You go here, and there's other people who will talk to you 24 hours a day for the rest of your life about this Wikisite collection. Beyond the technical aspects of it, look at this. We left Wikidata, we went to MetaWiki, and there's also a project there called Wikisite. And here, there's communities organizing regular meetups, people meeting online, people meeting in various social media channels to talk about these things. And there's at least monthly discussions, but actually the social discussions never end about this. That's coordinated in MetaWiki. I want to tell you all, there's been multiple Wikisite conferences. Conferences are transient events. You come to them or you don't. And I don't expect anyone to care about the conferences that happened in the past, although they have presentations like this one. You can read about what the discussions are over time. But what I want to impress upon you is that there's hundreds of people who are talking about this Wikisite project continuously, and they have been for many years. And if anybody wants to get engaged in this, there's an existing community. It's a very popular thing to discuss for many reasons. It's hard for me to briefly explain why hundreds of people need to talk about this for years, but a lot of people find this very interesting, and there's a community that's trying to sort out the best references and citations in Wikipedia for so many different reasons. So the name drop a term. So I got a list of definitions here. Wikipedia, you know very well. This is the prose encyclopedia, very popular in search engines. Everybody in the world is reading Wikipedia, right? And a complement to Wikipedia is Wikidata. Wikipedia is for humans to read. Wikidata is mostly for machines or artificial intelligence to read. And the content in Wikidata that we're talking about is machine-readable, structured metadata. We're not talking about the entire academic or scientific article. We're talking about the metadata. Who wrote it? What journal is it in? A few keywords about it. What is the main subject? So we're talking about library indexing. How do you get access to these papers so that you can read them somewhere outside of the Wikipedia platform? WikiCite is the librarian project that sorts out all this metadata that Wikidata is indexing. And this tool, Scholia, that I showed you in the beginning, what I wanted you to know about, that's a front end. It means that you go to this website, and instead of having to form a query in Wikidata's query service, needing to know the query language, you can just type in your keyword and get access to all this data in Wikidata. It's like Google Scholar Search. You can go to Scholia and find papers in that way. So many wiki projects related to WikiCite, so many people engaged in it. If you want to talk to humans about all these things, you go to a wiki project and you have a conversation with humans. What's the big idea for Wikipedia? If we can sort out access to the scholarly papers in the world, then at the bottom of every Wikipedia article, we can do all kinds of checks to make sure that the best sources for any given topic are cited in Wikipedia. We're talking about improving the quality of Wikipedia articles. But this is also a big idea for the world. We're practicing sorting out quality of information in Wikipedia, but there's so much fake news in circulation. We need quality checks on every source of information everywhere in the world, in every context. Everyone at every university needs help finding better access to research materials. So what can you do with these Scholia profiles? Common profiles, you can search for topics, get a list of papers by the topics. You can search for an individual researcher. If you think that you're interested in the kind of things that they're publishing, get the list of papers that they've published. If you find that a researcher is at a particular institution, like a university, maybe that person has colleagues and you'd like access to their papers or would like to know what's coming out of the university. Scholia can do all of these things. Let's look at a few demos. So here, I've got an example profile. Type in the name of a university into Scholia, and it gives you the list of the researchers who are at that university. Then you can click on any of their names, and you get the list of their papers. So in this way, if you know a university, and the data is incomplete, we're adding more data to this all the time, but the intent is, for a given university, find out what kind of research they're publishing. Then, if you know the people at a university, get a list of their papers, and then tag those with the kind of topics that they research. And in this case, I've got an example of someone who's researching medical topics, and so you can see what kinds of journals they're publishing in, get more access to the insight into the kind of things that they publish. When you look at one topic, and here I've got the issue of obesity, if someone is ever talking about this medical condition, what other medical conditions do they talk about, or what other topics do they talk about? So you start by researching one topic, and then you find these kind of visualizations where if someone's talking about this, then they also talk a lot about this, and they talk somewhat about this, but these little bubbles, they're talking about this less, even though it's represented. So you find the entire environment of what people research when you start from one topic. You can jump from topic to find related researches. If you find one person that's publishing things, so start with one person. These people here, they collaborate, they're co-authors of papers, and they've also published with this person. They don't work with that group at the top. So this is called a co-author network graph. You start with one person who's publishing in one field and find all the other people who are publishing in that field and what is their relationship. I've got the LGBT flag up there because this indicates a diversity issue. Because we have demographic data in Wikidata, we're also able to do things like say, what is the gender of the different researchers? At this very conference, we have people talking about things like Wiki Project Women Scientists. And as people tag women scientists, they tag all kinds of gender. And when you do this, one of the trends that you'll be able to see, I won't talk about this much now, is that there's disparities in all kinds of ways that certain demographics of people research one topic, and they could very well research any topic, but research is often very gendered, it's very regional. There's all kinds of other demographic characteristics that suddenly jump out because we're indexing all these people in Wikidata. And it makes for very interesting social research and commentary if you look at these kinds of things. Publications by year, you can see this is a timeline. In these years, this particular topic wasn't being researched, and then the topic suddenly becomes popular. So you can see the history of research for a given topic. Citations by year, so when did a topic suddenly become very well cited and discussed by other people? So it's another perspective of the popularity of research topics by years. Who are the authors who are citing particular papers? So you can go through the citation graph and find which papers are more popular and who's citing these kinds of things. What journals should a person read if they want information on a particular topic? You can get this from Scholia. This is all in Wikidata as well. Why does all this matter? Why should anyone care about this? This is a bunch of librarian work. Why are there so many hundreds of people who are engaged in developing this content? I'll give you my personal opinion, and I think you would hear it if you went into any of these wiki projects and talked to some of these other people. We're doing this to save the world. The general problem that we're trying to solve is that there is so much good information out there, so much valuable knowledge, but it's inaccessible. If you go to Google Scholar, you're not going to be able to go through those 1,000 papers quickly enough. If you go to your university library and ask a librarian to help you, I'm sorry, your librarian hasn't read the 1,000 papers that you're trying to browse through. You need automated tools to support you for this. And Wikipedia, Scholia, Wikidata, WikiCite legitimately has solutions to help you sort out thousands of papers and find the published knowledge that you need to do the research that you want. We have a crisis that this is currently inaccessible. We have an opportunity that we really can address this challenge through the Wikimedia platform. Scholia, it's in the Wikimedia platform. We're talking about only using free and open data in Wikidata. This is not something that you need special tools to access. You access this information through a website. You type your search terms in on the website. You get a result on the website. You can do this in your desktop computer. You can do it on your phone. And we let anybody participate in this. It's wiki, anyone can edit. Some of the bias problems that you will see in the library system or in Google, we're able to have ethical conversations in the wiki platform about how to be more diverse, how to represent more universities, how to represent more people around the world and represent more languages. You cannot have a conversation with Google if you want to complain with them. You can only have conversations in Wiki. There's no one at Google there is no customer support service. You take it or leave it with Google. We're providing a useful service. This is an orientation to academic literature. There's different ways that this integrates with Wikipedia so that we can confirm that when people are researching topics in Wikipedia, they have the information that they would need. I'd like to do a demo to compare Scholia with Google Scholar, but our problems begin here. Google asserts a copyright over their websites. We're presenting online. This is a Wikipedia conference. We want this to be free and open copyright. And so I can't even show you screenshots of Google because it's copyrighted content. So that's one of the ways that we're already superior to some of these other services. More comparison to Google. With Wikidata, if you want, for whatever reason, to export your citations to somewhere else, we have an export button. Of course, it's free content. You're allowed to move data into Wikipedia. You're allowed to move content out. With Google, no, you can't move any of their data out. Google famously, they want you to go into their platform and stay in their platform. They don't have an export button. If you see a problem in Google, you can't fix it. They don't have an anyone can edit button, and there are, in fact, a lot of problems with Google search results. There's limits to how many queries you can do. Wiki's open data. You can query it as much as you like. And then this issue about not being able to openly license and discuss things is problematic as well. I've been mentioning Google, but there's also commercial products that you can buy. Some of the more popular ones is by a company called Clarivate Analytics. They make something called Web of Science. There's a company called Elsevier. They make a product called Scopus. Can we look at those? We have competitive advantages over Google. What can we do with other ones? Well, more problems. I cannot show you screenshots of the other ones. They assert copyright as well. Elsevier, this company is centuries old. It's run in the Netherlands. I don't have anything against the king of the Netherlands. This is Bill Alex, but there's centuries of restricted access to this, old institutions that need to be updated. And when you look to the reasons why people can't access these things, it has to do with old institutions and tradition that I think very much need to be updated. Comparing to Scopus and Elsevier, the export button, it lets you export, but you cannot reshare the content. They want you to curate. It's got an edit button. Anyone can edit this, but when you edit, you're making a donation to their commercial company, and they will not let you reuse the content in Wikidata or anything else. These companies make huge profit margins. It's a commercial enterprise. The shareholders come first. It's not for the community first. I think that Wikipedia can beat out and make better products than these commercial companies. What is Wikipedia's secret strength? I'm talking about us going head to head with companies that have $1 billion. How can we possibly compete? And I'll tell you, our secret is that we design for the end user, whereas the other platforms are designing to get money to the shareholders. Since we're doing it for the community, we have an advantage. Something else that we can do that the others can't do is that we can design products that have things like export buttons, make data open, when the other companies, they're restricted from doing these kinds of things. And I know they take our data out of Wikidata because we're being generous and they're not, but I still think we're doing the right thing, and I think that we can make superior products to them. Now I'm going to look at some other medical applications. I've been telling you so many things about the social issues of this, but what can you actually do medically with this Scholia tool? So one, profile any medical condition. This is pretty basic. So if you want to see an example, you can go to Scholia and type in Zika virus infection. This was a big infectious disease outbreak a few years ago. It was discussed so many different ways in Wikipedia. You can see other related things. There's a wiki project for Zika. COVID was very similar. You can search COVID topics. It's very well profiled inside Scholia. And there's communities behind these things for the disease aspect, the humanitarian aspects, mapping aspects. Let's look at some of the Scholia profiles related to Zika. So you can get a list of the papers that are most recently published on the topic of this particular disease. Search for any disease. This is just an example. When someone's talking about this particular virus, what else do they talk about? So some of the things they talk about are pregnancy. They talk about birth defects. So this isn't just an infectious disease that affects adults. This is also affecting children, mothers carrying children. So you immediately see that by just getting the profile out of the search engine. When somebody's talking about one thing of this disease, what else are they talking about? I see sexual transmission up here, genetic effects, leaving the medical side and going into kind of the social side. What was the epidemic like? When people talk about one thing, they talk about the other thing. Very strange disease. You see, this is a timeline here. It was first talked about in the 1950s, but it didn't really matter until suddenly it became an epidemic. And Scholia was waiting there. Wikidata was waiting there, curating this information, ready to go when an epidemic breaks out. If anyone mentions a location in these academic papers, you can find out what locations did this particular disease appear. You can see it was global. It appeared all over the place. Nice visualization you get from the Wiki platform. And where are the authors? So this has nothing to do with where the disease are. This is where the researchers are if they're researching this disease. You can get insight into where do the people live if they're researching a particular thing. So that's an example. Have fun with it. Go to Scholia and check it out for yourself. Now another example. How do you profile medical research at a university? I'm going to give an example from a university in the United States. This isn't my university. This is a place called Vanderbilt University. Something unusual about this university is they tried to upload many of their papers into Wikidata, and they tried to index all their faculty, all their scientists, all their professors in Wikidata so that they would show up in this kind of search. So we've got about 5,000 professors here that are affiliated with this university. It's actually not all of them, but they give a go at indexing a lot of them. You can get a list of them there. What kind of awards did these people get? You can track to see this is good for the reputation of the university. If there's anything to acknowledge, it's all listed right there. Something else unusual, I'm not going to go into the social implications of this too much, but again, we have projects in the Wiki community that are applying gender labels to different people, and you can go to a university, you can go to a university department and say, what is the gender breakdown of people at this university? And again, you will see surprising things. For whatever reason, there's certain topics that get more discussion and more research by certain kinds of researchers than others. Again, it's just interesting to do, and I expect to see a lot more research about this in the future. Clinical trials. So now we're jumping out of what's conventional in Wikipedia, going into things that are more related to Wikidata, this issue of clinical trials, which is medical research in humans. I don't have all the clinical trials for everywhere in the world, but we do have 99% of the clinical trials that are indexed in the United States by the US government. So this is a governmental index. If you want to see more about this, there's something called Wiki Project Clinical Trials with so many different ways to browse this. You can check out the Wiki Project. You can do these searches in Scholia as well. And some of the things that you can do are for a particular clinical trial, try to find the papers that are associated with it. Or if somebody has been the principal investigator, the leader of a particular research project in a clinical trial, you can find out what kind of papers they've also published. So there's a relationship between being a researcher and actually publishing papers. We've got an academic paper on this. You can see the discourse delineated, published about these kinds of things. The kind of things that you might want to see is for a given university, what kind of clinical trials have happened at that university? What kind of drugs have anyone tested? Give me the papers about these kinds of things. I'm sorry that I don't have a lot of time to go into detail about this. We've got to run. But some of the requests that we can make, this is WikiP10, the Wikimedia AI. She's in the background doing all these queries, giving you all this data as a robot. You can say, WikiP10, can you give me all the clinical trials for a particular disease? All the medical research that used a particular drug? All the research that has happened in my city. These are the kinds of things that we can profile. You can see the trials that are studying particular diseases, trials that are sponsored by particular companies. You can do queries to show me, I want to see the research that's only happening in cities with low population, other kinds of weird things that you would only be able to do in Wikidata. Research resources. This is kind of a funny concept. Bear with me. I'll tell you what this is. A research resource is something mentioned by a researcher as they publish their paper that they said they used to do the research. So for example, in an academic paper, there's a methodology section. And in the methodology section, they may say, we use this particular software to do research, or they might say, we used this data set, or we created this data set. Either we're sharing data sets, or we're putting data sets out into the world. All of these things are research resources. And by, these hundreds of people who are doing this WikiCite project, one of the things that they're doing is trying to extract the list of research resources named in every paper so that you can profile and do things like find out how many times a particular piece of research software has been used. And if you do this, you can find out, is there very popular software that isn't so very well developed? I'll share that there's a United States Foundation, the Alfred P. Sloan Foundation, that funded my university to do text mining of research papers to find software and find the most popular software that is the least recognized, the least funded, like a single developer working very hard, where lots and lots of scientists are using their software, but no one's getting any credit. This actually happens quite a lot. What software do researchers use when researching a topic? You can put in the name of a topic into Scholia and get a list of the software that shows up there. We've got incomplete data. I'm not saying it's the best data in the world, but it's getting much better every year. Things are moving very quickly. We're entering a different world. I've been talking about medicine. This kind of thing is also happening in other fields. For example, I'm a member of this project. This is called Seek Commons. It's an environmental or climate change project, and we're going through all kinds of research projects, trying to find what data sets they use, what software they use, what hardware they use, so that people can share more easily. These values of openness that we've cultivated in the Wiki community, they also affect the scientific community greatly. If we hadn't done so much discussion of Creative Commons licenses in the past 20 years, people would not be doing the kind of open licensing that they're doing in science that they're doing right now. What tools do researchers use when researching climate change? We can promote all this kinds of sharing. I've been talking a lot about Scholia and Wikidata, Wikisite, Wikipedia. We're not alone in this. There's other people doing these same things. They collaborate with Wikipedia to differing extents, but I'd like to call out Semantic Scholar. If any of you don't know, one of the Microsoft founders, he established a foundation called the Allen Institute, and this is their equivalent product to Google Scholar or to Scholia. It's Semantic Scholar. It's also nonprofit. It's also open. These people are our friends. The Internet Archive also has many relationships with Wikipedia, archive.org. They've got something called Internet Archive Scholar. And Microsoft itself was getting into this game. They decided to get out of this business. Microsoft did not want to compete, and they converted all their data into an open data set. It's called OpenAlex. I think that's pretty cool. It's free for anyone. People are putting this into Wikipedia right now. As these things are open, we're also looking at things like copyright licenses, open licenses. You can push buttons. You can say, how open is the research at a particular university? Are they doing open data sets, open hardware? Or what are they disclosing? You can get this kind of information at a glance. Very interesting for funders and other things. There's this concept of fair data. I'm not going to go into detail about that, but some content is easy for humans to read and difficult for machines to read. Some content, this fair content, is very easy for machines to read. It's happening all over the world. So many changes are taking place as we have more artificial intelligence and more machine-readable fair data. Big thanks to all the people who contributed to the various projects. I named about 10 projects in this presentation. I'm sorry for going so fast, but so many people to thank. Actually, thousands of Wikipedians contributed to all this. The Wikisite project is a very big community. Peace, love, and Wiki to all of you. If you have any questions, contact me on Wiki. I'll talk to you on Wiki, or you can talk to me by video chat. Thank you very much. I've got a minute for questions. Any questions? Yes, please, you, sir.
Hi, I'm Juan from Argentina. I'm actually the Wikimedian in residence at the National University of La Plata. We work with Scholia almost exclusively. And as you said, Scholia is built upon the Wikidata query service. And a problem we usually encounter is that when we have, thousands of scholars in the National University of La Plata item, sometimes the query gets a little bit, overflow and it doesn't show the results. Is there a way to fix that or to avoid that? Because it's a really powerful tool and we love to use it.
No, I'm so sorry. So this is not a Scholia problem. This is a Wikidata problem. I don't have time to explain this, and I couldn't explain it anyway. There's other people at this Wikimania who can explain this, but one way to explain this is Wikidata is full. Wikidata has too much content. That's not quite accurate. But in any case, when you ask something like, give me the list of all the papers at a university, even if we have this content in Wikidata, the kind of querying that is available in Wikidata, it breaks. It says, you have too much data, we can't do it, it times out. I would like to think that the database architecture of Wikidata is going to improve. I actually would have predicted that it would improve like 5 or 8 years ago, and I don't have the technical knowledge to know when Wikidata is going to be big enough and have the capacity for all the kinds of queries. But I have faith. I hope it's not misplaced faith. I'd like to think that very soon you will be able to query and get the list of all researchers at your university and all their papers without it timing out. I'm sorry, we're over time. If anyone has questions, please contact me. Thank you.
Yes. Want to add that on the mic? Okay. Thank you.
Testing, testing, testing.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. I like to think I'm prepared, but I know that I'm not really prepared. All right. You hear me, actually? Yeah. Excellent. Well, ladies and gentlemen, hello again. Well, we'll be having a session, a brief panel session, actually, that will be occurring for 1 hour about upgrading medical practice with Wikidata. So this is a part of the project. Wikimedia Research funded the project. You can scan actually the report for that project on the right. And that the project is a collaboration between Wiki Project Med, Data Engineering and Semantics Research Unit from Tunisia, and the University of Virginia School of Data Science from the United States. Yeah. So that's the name of the project, just for your information. And well, just to reveal how the panel session will be occurring, actually we will have 20 minutes to present the state of the art of medical Wikidata, and then we will have 35 minutes of discussion between the panelists regarding the state of the art of the usage of Wikidata in healthcare. Yeah. So now we will have a brief tour of introduction of the panelists. So we were supposed to have Daniel Mitchen, but he was not here due to some circumstances. But we have myself, Lane Raspberry, Thomas Shafi, James Hellman, and Musa Bennett. So we will get everyone to have a brief introduction of himself. We'll start with James.
Perfect. James Heilman. I'm the chair of Wiki Project Med Foundation, and I've been involved with working on Wikipedia's medical content since 2007. I'll hand it over to Mozab.
My name is Musab. I'm a medical doctor. I am also part of Wikimedia Medicine. I'm a membership admin, and I have been contributing to Arabic Wikipedia since 2013, mostly in Arabic content, medical.
Yeah, so my name's Thomas. I've been contributing, I guess, since about 2014. I don't have a medical background. I'm a biochemist originally and subsequently a bioinformatician and data scientist. But my interest is in, I guess, academic Wikipedic collaboration and ways to bring in Wikimedia contributors from those sorts of demographics that don't normally contribute but could.
My name's Lane Raspberry. I'm a Wikipedian at a university in the United States. I do medical information and content related to LGBT people and LGBT topics.
Yeah, so I am Hussein Turkey. I used to be a medical student. I am still a medical student at my home city in Sfax, Tunisia. I am also involved in Wikimedia research, particularly computer science research, and have been involved in creating our Wikimedia research structure at my university, Data Engineering and Semantics Research Unit. So I have served in several positions, including the Wikimania CUT of last year, the board of Wikimedia Tunisia as well. So, all right. After this introduction, let's go straight to the point. Yeah, so as you have seen, we are all Wikimedians, but not only Wikipedians. So we should benefit from every single open resource within our movement. And this is not what many Wikimedians think. Well, why we should actually look at Wikidata? Well, it is a structured ontological database, having statements in the form of triples. It has a multilingual support, semantic alignment to external resources, plenty of tools for parsing and enriching the database, and it is linked to Wikipedia. So we can play with it in a variety of shapes. So, it is a rich network of medical knowledge, and it can be easily extensible to cover new topics. For example, during the COVID-19 pandemic, there was nothing by the early month of the disease. But just in 4 months, look at that. We have actually a whole taxonomy about COVID-19 related topics. We have the 3 pillars of the graph, the COVID-19 pandemic, the disease COVID-19, and the virus, which is SARS-CoV-2. And we have all these 3 items, actually major items, are related to themselves, and actually they are related to a variety of medical classes and non-medical classes. We have genes, proteins, taxons, actually humans who contracted the disease, symptoms, vaccinations, drugs, etc. And that just in a few months. Yeah. However, although this is a huge achievement, actually Wikidata, mainly when we talk about medical information, has several limitations. And that's why it did not go to the next stage of using it in developing medical applications. The first limitation is that medical statements in Wikidata have limited number of references. Some statements are not imprecise. For example, in this example, you have the sign of appendicitis as abdominal pain. It did not show which part of the abdomen actually is the place where the pain is. And actually, it should be the right lower side of the abdomen, or at the early stage, it can be epigastric pain. So that lack of actually precision can actually let people not take seriously the database. Also, we have seen that a lot of external resources are not fully important. And when we talk, for example, about OBU ontologies, the open biomedical ontologies, we find that 40% of these ontologies are mass imported to Wikidata. Although they are open licensed and there is no legal constraints to actually upload this information to Wikidata. Yeah, several types of information are still not supported. For example, where diseases are located. For example, for the Ebola hemorrhagic fever, we have the map on Wikipedia, but actually this is not converted into statements in Wikidata. Also, several medical classes do not support actually validation schemes. For example, we have no entity schema, no data model, and no entity schema for many important medical classes in Wikidata. For example, we have no entity schema for surgical therapies, for example. And this will lead people to define the thing in a different layout, leading to some scattering, some inconsistency of the data. Also, some kind of relation types are misused. For example, Behçet disease has phenotype uveitis. Probably this is because the relation type that should be used is not in Wikidata. So they are doing some approximative work to actually get the closest relation type and use it instead. Yeah, so here are the problems. So we need a plan for action. So what we can do? Actually, we can raise awareness about Wikidata as an open medical resource, and we can enrich and validate medical knowledge in Wikidata. Finally, we can create tools to reuse medical knowledge in Wikidata. How to raise awareness about Wikidata? That's pretty simple. Actually, there are several works in this context. So first, we can make Wikidata useful for the Wikimedia community. For example, doing like supporting info boxes for medical articles in Wikipedia, for travel guides for Wikivoyage project, if they are traveling to epidemic countries, etc. And also, we can share Wikidata with the scientific community and showing how Wikidata can be a flexible hub for the semantic web research and how they can be useful actually for scientists to develop their ideas, etc. Now, let's show how to enrich and validate Wikidata in a variety of paths. Yeah, so actually, one of the main ideas that we propose to do is actually to make a framework of interaction between Wikidata, open biomedical ontologies, and PubMed mesh keywords. For those who do not know, mesh keywords or medical subject headings are controlled keywords that are existing in PubMed. So the association of mesh keywords in a single article can mean that the two words that are co-occurring are related. And so using this combination, we can actually generate semantic relations just by leveraging PubMed. Concerning open ontologies, many ontologies are aligned to Wikidata. We have now 15 ontologies that are that have operational Wikidata properties. And so they can play on that, actually ameliorate the coverage of these ontologies and work more of that. As well, we can actually use PubMed to get references to unsupported Wikidata statements. We can verify several relations in Wikidata by comparing them to external resources, etc. So all kinds actually of interaction between these three resources is possible. And we can play more and discover more things and actually develop that, etc. Yeah, finally, concerning the creation of tools for reusing medical knowledge in Wikidata, well, this is mainly not done actually to take the place of the physicians. Many people actually understand biomedical informatics wrong. Actually, it is there to help physicians to do the dirty work, the dull work, the dangerous work, the dear work, etc. So what we mean here is that physicians have serious working conditions, and they need to go through night shifts, etc. Lots of information to handle at the same time. Patient data are not like in the book, as we may say. So that thing actually cannot be handled by the doctor without any help. So he should have some resources, some tools to help him around this mission. And even artificial intelligence will not take over the physicians even in 100 years, because there is even machine learning models will not deal with rare diseases where data is not available. And so we will always need physicians and medical specialists. Yeah. So a few examples about how actually to use Wikidata in this context. Actually, we can use Wikidata, actually mirrors of Wikidata, to actually annotate electronic health records and actually for doing some medical reasoning about the patient's status, to do some prognosis or to reveal drugs, etc. So that's the first application. The second application is that we can actually give Wikidata kind of some information, anonymized information about patients, and Wikidata can provide us the answer about how to deal with the patient. For example, if we give the list of the drugs for a given patient, it can return us the drug interactions, the symptoms, and you will have the medical diagnosis or the complications, etc. So this tool actually is called Medicine. It exists. We have developed it. And if you scan the QR code on the right, actually you will get into the URL. You can test it yourself. It is multilingual, and that's an advantage about clinical decision support based on Wikidata, by contrast to the ones that are on the market and that are proprietary and mainly monolingual. And if you actually scan the QR code on the left, actually you will get all the source code, and it is open source, and you can easily figure out how it works. Yeah. There is also the COVID-19 dashboards. I think most of you have learned of that. Actually, what we do is that we enrich Wikidata with real-time information about COVID-19. And actually, we have some predefined Sparkle queries. And what the dashboard does is that it gets the information as soon as you access the tool, the dashboard. This actually information is updated in near real time. This means as Wikidata is updated with the new information. And by this fact, actually, you don't modify your tool, but actually, as it gets information all the time from Wikidata, you will have it there, and will be updated automatically to give you all the consistent information and recent information that can be used by physicians or by any person who is interested in medical topics. Yeah, so these are all the references that I have used for this research. Most of them are developed by us, the panelists. So you can see in bold our names in some of the papers. Yeah. And now, actually, let's jump to our panelists, actually, to discuss more about actually how to move forward with the application and the use of Wikidata in medicine. So the question number one, what are the good examples of Wikidata benefiting patient care or public health on a local or global level? Anyone to answer?
Okay, Hussam. So during our session, we talked about medicine. If you remember the previous slides, medicine is a tool that is used to see the drug interaction. Most of us, like even physicians, there's hundreds of drugs. Not every physician can remember or memorize by heart every single interaction. So, for example, if you go to the tool and you put, like, for example, rifampicin, a drug used to treat TB, tuberculosis. If you press to find the interaction, you will find that it interacts with paracetamol, for example. So this is one of the fields that Wikidata can help physicians in finding out what's the drug interaction. Other thing that we work together with our friends and panelists and also Hussam, we worked in the association between signs and symptoms and the disease manifestations using Wikidata items. So this is also other example. After like making signs and symptoms more specific, like the example Hussam gave about appendicitis and lower quadrant pain, this will help for sure. It will not replace the physician, because medicine is not 1 + 1 = 2. It's more complicated relationship. So, but for sure, when we like give the computer or give the database bunch of symptoms, it will help us to find at least a smaller list of differential diagnoses that will help the physician to then figure out the correct and exact diagnosis. So this is two points that I can make to this question. Anybody can think of something?
So this is not necessarily an example of what's being done exactly right now, but it's an extension of what you were just talking about. So the way that Wikidata handles drug interactions is not fundamentally different from the way in which it can handle other interactions. So, for example, there are certain drugs that interact poorly with the parasite of humans called pregnancy, but also there are other conditions that can interact with drugs. For example, sleep deprivation can have effects on some drugs, or even certain things like talking therapies, or talking therapies interacting with other types of talking therapies. So the way in which Wikidata is modeling drug interactions is extensible to a wide range of other relevant interactions outside of just the narrow scope of pharmacology.
Exactly, and for those who are not from a medical background, I want to explain that why is pregnancy is called a parasite in a medical point of view. Because the fetus is dependent on the mother. He takes the food and he shares the blood with her. That's why in a medical point of view, we look at the baby as a parasite. Yeah, for sure, in the future.
Thanks, Mozab. So, one of the other common uses of Wikidata within the Wikipedia world is the use of Wikidata items within info boxes, and that allows a bunch of languages to collaborate on keeping certain topics up to date. One of the unfortunate limitations of that is that the English Wikipedia hasn't bought into the use of Wikidata at this point in time, and some of the concern around that is we don't quite have good mechanisms to feed back changes that occur within Wikidata to the Wikipedias themselves, and they're still working on efforts to allow Wikidata to be used outside of the wikis run by the Wikimedia Foundation. So hopefully, from what I understand, the Wikimedia Deutschland, which is running Wikidata, is working on both of those problems, and hopefully that will expand the potential of these info boxes to be powered by Wikidata items.
Next question, maybe Hussam?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, the question number 2. So what are the main pros and cons of Wikidata as a central medical knowledge hub versus the traditional databases we discussed earlier?
Big advantage of traditional databases is the authority behind them, the control, the high quality that you get of not letting anyone edit. Of course, the problems with these kinds of things, they come with traditional values like closeness, inability to export and reuse, to adapt, to do translation, or to move into other platforms, to remix in different ways. If it's a traditional database, sometimes it's not positioned to remix and combine with other databases when that's necessary. When you have something like Wiki, anything's fair game. You can combine these things, you can translate them, you can remix them, you can export them into other products. Disadvantage with Wiki, of course, is maintaining the quality control. But in every talk that you hear at this conference, people are going to say something about quality. Quality is definitely a big concern for the Wiki community, and in my opinion, it gets much better every year.
I mean, another thing that a lot of people in this audience can talk to a lot better than I can is the interlingual aspects of it. I'm a native English speaker, and as such, I only speak English, so I can't really talk about that. But I am interested in interdisciplinary research, and one of the limitations with a lot of existing databases, they're hyper-specialized. You go to a medical database, it's only got information about medical topics. You go to a biochemistry database, it's typically only got biochemical topics. You go to an evolutionary database, it's only got information about evolutionary topics. And it makes it hard to ask interesting interdisciplinary questions like, which genera of animals tend to produce peptides that tend to interact with receptors that are associated with pain, which is an interesting research question from the point of view of which animals should I be testing to try and find new painkillers, right? And that's the sort of question that is already actually still quite narrow in scope. There are far more interdisciplinary questions and asking questions across multiple topics. That Wikidata is, to the best of my knowledge, the only database that even comes close to being able to have these sorts of hyper-diverse questions asked of it.
Yes, and also other point is that the accessibility. Wikidata for sure is a free and accessible database, but for other specialized databases, you need to pay like monthly or yearly pay a certain amount of payment to get access to this. This is another thing. Also, it makes our work on Wikipedia easy, because if I edit on Wikipedia, for example, on Wikidata, a number, for example, a statistical number, or I did like I added some symptoms, it will be reflected on more than 300 languages, which also make it a broader audience than some sort of special databases. Yeah. Next question.
Yeah, indeed. Well, the next question is, what is Wikidata's role in enhancing situational awareness for emergency responders and medical teams? That's yeah. That's a question.
Okay, so I will read the question again. What is the Wikidata's role in enhancing situational awareness for emergency responders and medical teams? Okay, I will try to answer this question as best as I can. As far as to my knowledge, when we deal with sometimes with emergency situation, one of things that we want to know sometimes when there is a poison, for example, what's the antidote, and when is where there's some medication taken, what is if there is a medical interaction, for example, like sensitivity reaction, like anaphylactic shock, and these things. So if I think this is an area that Wikidata can help if it is developed in a more simple way for like because for example emergency and the first aid sometimes are provided by layperson, not even a specialized person. So if our tools like become more simplified, that would help people, because when we are talking about coma or losing consciousness, there is sometimes medication as the cause, sometimes there is like blood pressure as the cause. There's differentials. But if it is medication, for example, we can use Wikidata to find out what's the antidote, or if it's a scorpion bite, Wikidata can tell us there is something called anti-scorpion. If it is like, for example, drug toxicity, it can tell us what to do. Is it like activated charcoal? Is it like lavage? Is it like a certain antidote? So I think this is an area that Wikidata can help. Hope answered the question.
And also, I guess there's been an ongoing topic throughout the whole of this conference around the increasing role of AI, and I suspect that this is exactly the sort of situation that there's going to be an increasing reliance on AI in emergency situations, asking some AI assistants, not necessarily for entirely what to do, but maybe for some of the details of what to do, particularly from non-specialists or people coming across a particularly complex situation from the first time. A classic problem of current AI models: they hallucinate, they come up with false information, but they present it very confidently. And there's a lot of interesting work going on around how do you anchor those large language AI models to reality. And this is a more complex topic than just Wikidata, but Wikidata, I think, is a part of that allows you to anchor some level of reality into these sorts of models.
I'll say something else. It's relevant to this conference, relevant to interdisciplinary, multilinguality. So many things are happening so quickly. It's amazing. I'd like to call out, disasters always happen, crisis always happens. It can happen for weather or epidemics or any other kind of disaster that you can imagine. We'll never be done with these. And you need all kinds of diverse data every time a disaster happens. There's people at this conference from a project called OpenStreetMap. They make free and open maps. And if you have a crisis somewhere, you need high quality open maps of the region. And this starts with interconnectedness with Wikipedia. So outside of our movement, but very much related, there's something called the Humanitarian OpenStreetMap team. And every time there's a crisis, people map out the region where the crisis is so that medical responders can go in. And often this starts with something seemingly silly and unrelated in the Wiki movement, like what is the public art? What are the statues or the artworks in the places when the crisis? But if a crisis happens, that artwork in those Wikipedia articles about the monuments, those become landmarks for other people to use to orient other things. In an OpenStreetMap, in the same way that Wikipedia has collaborative editing, OpenStreetMap will say, where are the grocery stores? Where are the buildings that we can house people in case of a big storm where people suddenly need housing? And this interconnects, OpenStreetMap in so many ways interconnects with Wikidata. So everything you've heard at this conference, this is just a fraction of it, because we're working with so many other open data communities, and this is getting very complex and developing very rapidly.
And actually, just to add to that, I don't do a huge amount of work with OpenStreetMaps. One of the things that is really impressive is also the speed at which it's updated. You come across disaster scenarios, well, the map that you were relying on a month ago may not be accurate anymore. You know, this bridge no longer works. These roads are no longer traversable. This landslide has taken out a particular road, a particularly important other piece of infrastructure. And the speed at which that information is updated is exactly like, you know, our wiki movement. It's highly relevant and highly timely.
Yes, and also for Wikidata, we are talking about Wikidata now. But what about the future? We always hear about image processing. For example, in medical field, radiology, there is like a saying that nowadays says after maybe 5-10 years, the radiologist will be replaced by AI, because imaging processed by computer to a certain extent can help, like for example, lay people to know what is happening in this picture. Is it, for example, epidural hemorrhage? Is it like perforated bowel? What is the situation? So it can give us information. Yeah. Next question.
Yeah, James.
Just one extra addition on the OpenStreetMaps topic. One of the wonderful things about their project is it functions so amazingly well in an offline environment. And that is key for a disaster. Is people need to because during a disaster, often people lose their telecommunications infrastructure. They lose their electricity power infrastructure. So having offline functionality, which Wikipedia does, which OpenStreetMaps does, but which all the for-profit organizations out there simply don't.
So we will head to the next question. Yeah. So the next question is, in what ways does the utility of Wikidata differ between common and rare diseases?
Okay, so for example, for the common diseases, information are plenty. When you are talking about rare diseases, the information are markedly less than common diseases. Also, the language difference is very big. So when we are searching about rare diseases, for example, in English, we will find good information in comparison with like when we search about the same rare disease in Arabic. So I think Wikidata role in the translingual translations can help to bridge this gap, because even when you talk about signs and symptoms, if we search in Arabic for a rare disease, it's sometimes the content is zero, and that's what we are trying to do in enriching Arabic content on Wikipedia to make this data accessible to Wikidata and to make it in different languages. That will help bridge the gap.
I mean, even though the question is phrased in terms of common and rare diseases, I think there's also a similar issue that comes up with diseases of the rich and diseases of the poor. The same sorts of biases exist in terms of the amount of content that is out there, how in depth it's documented, how accessible it is, and the multilingual aspect as well. So these are kind of very linked topics. It's not just a question of the common versus rare aspect. There can be extremely common diseases or common conditions that are treated very differently. One of the things that Wikidata still also doesn't do particularly well is treatments outside of pharmaco-interventions, so drug interventions. When we're talking about other sorts of interventions, surgical interventions is an example that's come up, but also various different types of talking therapy for psychological interventions, right? If you look at a Wikidata item on a pharmacological intervention for severe depression, those items are going to be far more in-depth than the equivalent items on a talking intervention. And in part, that's maybe because the structure of the information and the data on a talking intervention is maybe a bit more complex. It sometimes requires more subtlety, more nuance, more qualification in the way that information is put up. But it's also a reflection of the existing data that's out there and the current interests of the community. So I don't think it's a fundamental problem. It's something that's going to improve over time.
I'm going to say this from a perspective of kindness. This is a non-medical perspective. And I'm going to tell you something about the Wiki community. So if somebody shows up and they have a rare disease and they come to Wikipedia or Wikidata and they say, I'd like to get more information about it, they're going to be approached by Wiki community members who have no background in healthcare, who don't know anything about the disease, don't really even care about the disease. But we have a community of people with library skills, and they want to help people answer any kind of questions. And I tell you truthfully, and I mean this sincerely in all kindness, they will make a game of the rare disease. These Wikipedia editors are very proficient in library research, and they will go out into the world and they will try to find every source of information that has ever been published on this rare disease. And when they do this, they will feel pleasure from this, they will think it's fun, they will think it's a game to find all available information. So if you're talking about a very common disease, it's less fun because there's tens of thousands of papers and tens of thousands of sources of information. But if you're talking about a rare disease, in our wiki community, people get a great amount of pleasure to find the 10 sources in the world that talk about this and then deliver those to the person. So that's something unusual that you will see in the wiki community, and you can't play these kinds of games if you have a closed database or a closed community.
Yeah, so the last question, actually. How can healthcare providers be motivated to contribute to creating Wikidata and maintaining data quality?
All right, well, I guess I've got a few things to say about that. I mean, one of the things is, as many people have mentioned, visibility. Within Wikipedia has huge visibility. There are very few people who you'll come across who haven't interacted with Wikipedia in some way. And even though the reputation of Wikipedia used to be extremely poor amongst academics, researchers, physicians, clinicians, I think that that reputation has been improving pretty rapidly. And that's due to concerted work of the community in terms of quality, referencing, timeliness, in-depth, thoroughness, etc., all topics you know about. In terms of Wikidata, it's not well known. I mean, people at this conference will typically know about Wikidata, but I think it's pretty, knowledge about it is pretty limited outside of our community. And so part of what can be done is, I guess, a boring answer of awareness raising, reaching out to practitioner communities who could find contributing to or drawing from this sort of data useful and interesting, but simply don't know about it yet. The other aspect, I think, is working out systems of reward for it. So people who know me know that I do a lot of work with a project called Wikijournals. Now, this is mostly focused on the Wikipedia prose type content. It's a way to try and draw in more academic, expert, professional, etc. communities into contributing content that can be put into Wikimedia projects by effectively rewarding them with peer-reviewed, citable publications. Now, that model currently works well for prose-type content, but I don't think it's impossible for it to eventually also work for curating a subsection of Wikidata-type content. So you can imagine a scenario in which some expert on a particular drug class is asked the question, hey, we'd love you to go through the subset of Wikidata to do with this drug class. Is the information up to date? Are the references the best references to use? Are there other interactions that you've come across that would be interesting? Are there other qualifiers that could be added that we're not including? You're an expert in this topic, but not an expert in Wikidata, so we can pair you up with someone who works in Wikidata, and we can work with you to write up the improvements that you made, the observations that you made in a small mini paper, few pages long, but the ability to then publish that, get it peer-reviewed, get a citable object, means that you can put that on your CV and justify the time that you spent. That then means you can justify that time to your institution, to your promotions committee, to the next job you're applying for the next grant you're applying for. So those systems of reward can be really important for people who have extremely limited time, and unfortunately the systems that are set up currently have very strict definitions of reward for different types of activities. And if your activities don't fit within those particular categories, I'm sorry, there's no reward for doing that. So I think there's an extent to which we can make that interface between the Wikimedia world in general and Wikidata in particular compatible with the ways of working that some other expert communities of potential contributors work, but don't yet exist.
And to add on that point, as a non-technical expert, Wikidata is difficult. I think in prose as a physician. I don't think in structured data. So, my work on Wikidata always generally requires collaboration with someone who has the technical expertise to run scripts, to upload the data that I want uploaded to Wikidata, to when I propose new properties, to make sure I've structured it correctly. So if we're wanting to pull in academia, we need to form these partnerships between those who have the technical expertise and those who have the conceptual and subject matter expertise. And this is going to require pairs of people. And I think that keeps a lot of academics away is we within Wikidata, within the Wikimedia movement, I know who to poke and whose arm I can twist to get me, get what I want into Wikidata. But as a new person to the movement, it takes a lot of time to build those relationships and find people who are willing to help you on these technical projects. And having a place within Wikidata where people who are willing to volunteer and join experts in solving their issues, I think would help our movement grow. Over to Lane.
So these two have talked about telling organizations doing outreach about Wikidata. I'm going to have a different perspective on this. Don't tell organizations about Wikidata at all. Don't get them to engage. What we really need to do, and where the better fight is just convincing people to have open content, period. Because if people will use open access licenses for their papers, apply open licenses to their data sets, they don't need to understand Wiki at all. There's plenty of Wiki people who will migrate their content into the Wiki platform. And universities and research institutes already understand this concept of openness. If you just tell them open source software, open access licenses, open copyright, do not make something private unless there's a reason to be private. I'm not saying release personal information, but if something ought to be public anyway, then just give it an open license and the Wiki people will take care of the rest.
I'm going to do something that I did earlier and answer a different question that wasn't actually asked, which is kind of but I think it's the mirror image to this. So this is about, contributing, curating, maintaining Wikidata. The other aspect is also getting it easier to pull information back out of Wikidata. And there have been some interesting early experiments, again, to be kind of a techno-optimist in this with around AI and the ability to bypass the need to know Sparkle, the querying language, in order to ask questions of Wikidata. So the example I mentioned earlier from this kind of multidisciplinary point of view about which evolutionary groups of organisms produce peptides that might be that interact with receptors that are related to pain, to be able to actually ask that question of Wikidata is actually still quite complicated. You need to be able to write Sparkle code, and even though we do have tools to help out with that, it's still not trivial. There's a significant barrier to entry. And so, you talked about pairing up people with subject domain knowledge and people with wiki knowledge. I think that they will increasingly be a third member of that marriage, which will be the machine tools to be able to facilitate that partnership, so that we can, for example, ask that question just in plain language, have the Sparkle query written behind the scenes by an AI. Maybe it has to be checked over by someone with more Wikidata knowledge, but at least it's a first approximation to being able to ask that question without having to have quite such a level of technical knowledge.
We have 5 minutes. Anybody has any question? Please raise your hands.
Yeah, I can. While some people take actually the time to reflect of questions, I can make a brief clarification about what Thomas said. Actually, the medicine tool that we showed earlier aims to bypass the Sparkle thing. Actually, you just need to choose using the Elasticsearch, using the search bar that of a Schoolia tool, the same search bar, we just get it. And you search for the items, the medical concepts, and you reason about that. You say you search for drug interaction, diagnosis, association, complications, and you click. And the tool does that for you. It writes the Sparkle query, and it generates the answer. And that's all what it does. Yeah, any question?
Yeah, thank you very much. It was very interesting to listen to how far we are going with Wikidata. And I think there's a lot you're talking about this from a medical perspective, but if we kind of try to expand this, it's really huge what can be done there. What I am particularly interested about is if you could tell me about your research journey. Like, you have research questions, you start with those questions, right? Then you probably say, I need to prepare the data to look if it's healthy, if it's enough, if it's probably I need to upload some data on some Qs and Ps, probably to define some if they are missing. Assume you are having that. You have also good references, and you have probably common image which are linked to the items. How does it go after that? Like, are your models or your research is focused on the text or on the relationships of the data that you have, or you are more and more using probably image classification or AI-based tools to do kind of more of, out of the data that is there? So I am not sure if the question is clear, but I am interested to see how deep do you go on the data, and in particular on the model selection you use to come out with your research, because I did not see the research yet, but probably you could give a brief answer about that. Thank you.
Yeah, I can answer that, actually. Well, you are right, actually. Actually, when you are collecting data about a given disease, actually, you should formulate a research question. You say that I want to know the semantic relations related to that thing, to a disease, to a drug, etc. And so what we would do is that you formulate the query at the bibliographic database, which is PubMed in our situation. And so using kind of a Prisma method, but it is not totally Prisma, you can actually search for the articles with higher level of evidence that are not retracted, they are quite recent, etc. And then from that, after you do that pre-processing, actually you get the mesh keywords. And in that part, a second part actually begins. In fact, the mesh keywords have qualifiers, and the qualifiers actually informs you about the aspect of the keyword that exists in the paper. For example, if you say hepatitis C drug therapy, it means that the paper is about drug therapy of hepatitis C. So these qualifiers are predefined, so we know them. There are around 75 ones. And so using kind of matrix of correspondence between the qualifiers of couples, actually you can train a machine learning model to recognize the relation type based on Wikidata. So it is as simple as that. Then you will have the human validation step to actually reveal if this is correct or not. Yeah?
Thank you. Just very little extension to that. Do you use classical AI, or you are focusing more on the deep learning models?
Yeah.
Because if I think about the amount of data, probably it could be huge.
Not that huge. Actually, the relations between mesh keywords in Wikidata are around 100,000. That's not that huge, actually. So, and we are using, concerning the models, we are using actually 3 models. One is SVM, support vector machine. One is the CNN, convolutional neural networks, and one is the dense model. So, quite state-of-the-art models.
Okay, we have last minute. Any last question? Nasima?
Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very informative for someone coming from a non-medical background. I just have a very simple question. The tools are excellent. We can see their use and their added value to the field. But how can you avoid having, avoid any tiny risk of having vandalism on Wikidata? Because the information is very sensitive. So if one thing is changed or misleading, maybe it can cause death or some very harmful consequences. Thank you.
The best answer that I can give you is that there's 20 years of criticism of Wikipedia and how vandalism works. There's hundreds of papers written about this. Everyone in every country in the world has come up with this like every 3 months for the past 20 years. So you read that, and then you get a feel for the quality in Wikipedia. And at this very conference, there's multiple talks of people developing artificial intelligence bots that are doing mass surveillance on every aspect of Wikipedia to try to detect vandalism. I will not tell you that the quality of Wikipedia is good. I'm not going to argue that. I do think it's good, but I'm not going to try to impress that on you. What I will tell you is that nobody in the world has identified an accessible source of information that is better than Wikipedia. I'm absolutely sure of that.
I guess one small thing to add is also just the number of eyes on information is important, because I actually think the greater risk is missing information, right? If I'm standing here with, an injection ready to give someone, and I'm relying on some tool that tells me, what are the contraindications? When should I not give this injection? And there's some information missing, and I go, fab, time to give the injection. Like, that's, I would say, a more common problem than someone going into Wikidata and changing a piece of existing information. It's actually going to be the mistaken lack of information rather than a deliberate piece of vandalism.
Yes, for example, that is the study in Nature comparing the accuracy of Wikipedia comparing to Encyclopedia Britannica. It found that Wikipedia is 1.5 more accurate than Encyclopedia Britannica, although Encyclopedia Britannica all know it's written by experts. So we still have a trust in Wikipedia. We can argue academics in that, but it's a long journey. I think with time this problem will be solved.
And there does need to be more checks and balances with respect to Wikidata. And my hope is that those will continue to be developed. One of the key aspects is, if a change occurs in Wikidata and that property is used in a Wikipedia, then that change should appear in someone's watch list, so that then you have a greater number of human beings reviewing changes that occur to Wikidata. Currently, that doesn't work very well. I know that is on Wikidata's efforts, but they have a backlog of things they want to do. So it continues to be a work in progress.
One other aspect is also something that is incredibly baked into Wikipedia's culture, and Wikidata is still catching up on: references. Citations, citations, citations. There's still a disturbing number of Wikidata statements that are unreferenced. And that's, I think, also a huge problem, because that also raises the barrier to vandalism and can make vandalism easier to detect in the long run. That if it makes it easier to spot, hey, this statement either doesn't have a supporting reference, or I can go to that reference and very quickly check to verify it. And so the way that Wikidata has so far evolved has led to a lack of references for some of this information. That's changing pretty quickly because there's been a concerted push in that direction. But I think that's still a current significant limitation.
Thank you very much, actually. This is my contact. So if you have any further questions and you need to reach out to me, these are my contacts. You can reach out. The phone is actually available on WhatsApp and Telegram. You can reach out to me. And there are also, on the back, there are my business cards, as well as the business cards of the head of research of my institution. So you can grab it and actually contact me. Thank you.
you.